I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. It's 7:02. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I don't know if we still need to do a mic check every time, but it looks like everybody's mics are on. Roll call of PC members.
Yes. Stratton.
Here.
Peltonen, yes. Trumbull.
Here.
Sherman.
Here.
Merchant. Yep. Milner.
Here.
Dan.
Here.
I'd like to welcome our new member, Rod Rebant. He is actually a past member of the PC, so we've got someone on board with some extra experience, which is very welcome. Thank you. Okay, set and adjust the meeting agenda. I know I have one thing, just because we've got so many things on the agenda. I'm going to suggest, what was I going to suggest? Let's see. I guess the thing I was going to suggest is not on here anyway, so we don't need to worry about that. The review of the community workshop report, we'll hold off on that until the next meeting, but you've got it in your packet and it's been posted on the city websites or the township website. So please make sure that you've read that for the next meeting. So I'm going to strike that from I'd like to strike that from the agenda. So that would be it's just part of the ROWG report. We're not striking the entire report. Yeah, so I still have a report, but we won't go through the workshop report. Anybody else? No other changes? Okay, can I have a motion to accept the agenda with the adjustment of the community workshop report?
So moved. Peltonen.
Second, Merchant.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, declaration of conflict of interest pertinent to agenda items.
I'm gonna recuse myself. Is mine on? Doesn't feel like it's on.
The green light's on, so it should be. Yeah.
Got it.
I'm gonna recuse myself from the public hearing on winery and tasting rooms. I may pursue one in the future, and so I think it's best to avoid the perceived bias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment in-house. Any person shall be permitted to address a meeting of the PC. Public comments shall be carried out in accordance with the following rules and procedures. There are 2 opportunities for public comment now and at the end of the meeting. And I'm going to add to that you will also have the opportunity to comment during the public hearing. Comments shall be directed to the PC with questions directed to the chair. Any person wishing to address the PC shall speak from the lectern or use the raise hand feature if Zoom is being utilized and state your name and address. There's also a form for you to fill out if you're going to be speaking so that we can make sure we get your information correctly listed in the minutes. No person shall be allowed to speak more than once on the same matter, excluding the time needed to answer a PC member's questions. Public comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to avoid unscheduled debates, the PC generally will not comment or respond to public comment. Silence or non-response from the PC should not be interpreted as disinterest. Do we have any public comment? If you do, you would come up to the lectern and fill out the form and hand it to Kay. And we don't begin timing you until after you've stated your name. This is separate from the public hearing.
Good. My name is Jordan Averis. I am a Whitewater Township resident. My family and I live on Monroe Road. Imagine you have a business proposal that you're very passionate about, right? So you go to an investor and you tell the investor, okay, we make no money 11 months out of the year. We have a hard time with cash flow. Our costs remain similar regardless if we sell 100 products or 0 products. We have minimal control. We have high regulation. We have employees from another country who may not speak the language that we speak. Expansion is difficult. You're at the complete mercy of weather. Frost, rain, drought, a single hailstorm can completely eradicate all the products that you're working for. And lastly, there's other states and countries that if they do really well one year, the price of your product then is reduced. Now, of course, any investor would say, no, you're crazy. That's exactly what farmers go through, though. So farmers invest an entire year of labor in capital without any guarantee of outcome. Allowing wineries is a value add that helps stabilize income throughout the year, stabilize cash flow. Instead of relying solely on fruit sales, farmers can capture more value per acre owned. Making it financially viable to keep land in agriculture rather than selling it for development, which I think most Whitewater Township residents would agree. We want to limit the development to some degree. As noted several times in the township's master plan, rural character preservation is important to Whitewater Township residents. The definition of rural character as described by our community is the presence of orchards, farm stands, views of undeveloped land, and other agriculture. First and foremost, the ordinance is not about turning Whitewater Township into a entertainment district. It's about strengthening agriculture. The language is clear. The intent is to promote local agriculture production and agro-tourism while maintaining rural and agricultural ambiance of Whitewater Township. A winery, by definition, in the ordinance must maintain agricultural fruit production, have 20 acres of contiguous 20 contiguous acres in production. That means tree trunks in the ground. That means farming. That means preserving open space in Whitewater Township. Value added agriculture is how modern farming survives. I truly think it's as simple as that. Simply selling fruit wholesale is increasingly difficult. Processing fruit for local use, whether you are a grape farmer or you own the winery that's purchasing from grape farmers, that keeps a lot of money in our local market. Second, the ordinance contains safe strong guards that address a lot of concerns that I had. The building size is capped. You have to be 100 feet from lot lines. There's time restrictions, people restrictions for events. There's a lot of safeguards in place. It's controlled, reviewed, and enforceable. Finally, there's a broader economic benefit. Wineries create jobs.
I have to interrupt you. Your 3 minutes are up, but there will be another opportunity for you to speak during the hearing on the wineries ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No one? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to the public hearing. Do I need a motion to open? Okay. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing for ZDA 2026-01? Second,
Second, Trumbull.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the public hearing is open at 7:12. If you will be wanting to speak, please make sure that you sign the attendance sheet that's up at the lectern. Right. So the public hearing notice was placed in the Record Eagle on 2/12. It was printed at 2/12. Oh, I guess it was published on February 14th, 2026. And the purpose of the public hearing. Our zoning administrator is not here. So I guess I'll give the purpose of the hearing unless, is Mr. Maitland here? Would you like to tell us the public purpose of the hearing?
I made the application, Jim Maitland. I live in Acme Township. My grandfather had that property since the 1930s from Broomhead Road down to Ginnips. It's 80 acres split by the new road. I think my grandfather gave the state the property to build the road. He should have sold it to him. But anyway, that's the old days. The zoning, it's been zoned commercial for many years, but the zoning only doesn't extend to the south end of the property. So, and I think you probably have, do you have this?
Yes.
So there's a narrow sliver of land that's still zoned agricultural, which would make, we're trying to make it simpler so there's not confusion in the future with the conflict between commercial and ag. And if I own the commercial and ag, then where's the setback? It's very confusing. So we're asking that be rezoned to commercial for that whole extent of that triangle. I think it comes to about 2 acres over 1,800 feet. Any questions?
Nope. Thank you. We did not receive any written comments on this topic. So we're going to open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to speak, make sure you fill out the white form that's on the lectern. Any public comment?
Sure you didn't see it written? Because I did email it.
No. Can you share it with me? And or you can read it if you'd like.
Yes, sure.
Okay. When did you send it?
Sent it like 5:45 or thereabouts
Today.
today.
Oh, okay. And you sent it to the zoning administrator?
did.
Yeah, and she's been out of the office, so.
At 6 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Everyone has seen it.
No.
Today. Don't have my reading glasses, so
Oh, dear.
I'll do my
Here.
best. Jeff Scroggins, 5677 North Broomhead Road, real close to this particular parcel, but not like next to it. So if I throw a baseball in from my yard, it maybe hit the property they're talking about here. I'll just read I have 5 considerations for the planning board. I appreciate what you do. There's a lot of technicalities here. I just don't understand this kind of stuff. But so from a layperson's, from a local resident standpoint, here's what my brain went to. So I'll just read it real quick because I know I got like 2.5 minutes left here. Concerns for consideration. Number 1, it seems like the integrity of the current 500-foot wide commercial corridor zoning could be in jeopardy, possibly due to this request. This is due to setting precedent without concrete reasoning. Of course, that's my opinion. Number 2, have you or will you look around at other similar M72 parcels and foresee other similar requests? It can set a precedent of giving split zone property owners expanded control of what they prefer for vacant land that they may want to part with, regardless of impact to adjacent property owners. Number 3, other businesses appear to be functioning fine within the 500-foot limit. Is something wrong with the business types and that are currently existing and starting up in our township along M72? Number 4, since Mr. Maitland is actively selling these properties, it is clear what his motive is. No disrespect, I probably do the same thing. He wants to both increase the value of his parcels and make them more attractive to a wider range of commercial businesses. However, this isn't likely so great for adjacent property owners who actually reside nearby. It's also inconsistent with what other nearby commercial property owners have worked with. And lastly, number 5, it seems like a rezoning request of this nature should come from the new owner That way they can make a case for why they need the added site flexibility. Again, 500 feet seems to be workable for other local businesses, and there are no wetlands or utilities complicating these particular parcels. So given the above, I think there's a precedent risk. Again, I'm not you, I don't have the expertise on this, but from my vantage point, that's kind of what my thoughts were. So
Thank you.
Mike Jacobson, Skimo Point Road. Um, I'm not real familiar with this particular issue. I've missed a couple meetings. I'm a little bit out of the loop. But as I understood, the first gentleman, it's a pretty small piece of this property that he's asking to turn into commercial. And in my opinion, that would make common sense. The whole piece should be zoned the same. And I think most of you know, we have already run into this issue. AIS was on land. They thought it was all commercial. The guys down there running the operation do not own the property. They did not know that the zoning was different on the back part of their parcel. And when they wanted to expand, they had a nightmare. So to make things run smoothly in our community, and the fact that this is such a small sliver that he wants to get changed, it makes good common sense to me. I mean, not too many people are going to come in and farm 2 acres, if I understood right. The little piece that's not commercial. So it's my opinion that this should be granted. Thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We also have 3 virtual participants. I'm going to ask if they would like to speak, if you can go ahead and raise your hand. The 3 attendees for the meeting here. If you wish to speak, go ahead and raise your hand now. And Carl Rubel has raised his hand. And Carl, you can now unmute on your end.
Yes, I would only like to comment that I was not given an opportunity to speak beforehand. It was closed with no chance for me to speak.
Carl, did you want to say something regarding this, the zoning amendment that's on the table?
No, I wanted to speak before you got into this, and you did not give me the opportunity.
It's only public hearing.
Limited to the hearing.
Yeah, so public comment on Zoom is limited to public hearings. It's not part of, we don't allow it during the general.
I know that, but you didn't give me an opportunity during the open.
It's not allowed during the open portion
Okay.
of the public comment,
Yeah, only at the end.
only during the public hearing.
Yeah, I don't think we're communicating. The public is allowed to comment at the beginning before you allowed someone to do that. You did not look to see if there was anybody on Zoom that wanted to make a comment, and you closed it and proceeded.
I understand that, but public comment from Zoom is not allowed except during the hearing. It's not allowed at the beginning of the meeting.
Is it allowed at the end?
No, only during the public hearing.
Well, I don't understand. I have been on the commission 5 years, and we have always allowed public comments during Zoom, on Zoom regarding a variety of issues, not just not just in your, considering a request. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay,
Actually, I wanted to give you guys some attaboys. You're not allowing me to do it.
Yeah. Um,
well, thanks, Carl, and we missed you on the PC. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the current policy.
So I will have to come to the meeting then to do that.
And we would love to see you.
I do not drive after dark in the winter. I'm sorry. I'll be listening.
Understandable.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And anyone else in the virtual attendees wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Carl has raised his hand again, but just to make sure, let's unmute him here. Carl, if you want to speak again, you can unmute. If not, just stay muted and then you can put your hand down at some point. Did you wish to speak again, Carl?
Okay. He took his hand down.
Okay. And none of the other attendees have raised their hand. Just to let them know, the raise hand feature is at the bottom of your screen. It's a little hand icon at the bottom of your screen. And it doesn't look like anybody else is raising their hand.
Okay, so then can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
It's a question of Mr. Scroggins. Mr. Scroggins? Can you tell me again where you live or where your home is?
Yeah, 5677 North Bloomfield. It's a house on North Bloomfield, off the highway.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to close the public comment? Or public hearing?
Trumbull motion close.
Merchant second.
Roll call vote? No?
No.
Okay, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The public hearing is closed at 7:25. Thanks, Kay. Do we just move on to the second one?
Do we have discussion?
Right.
Sure. Want to have any discussion?
Yeah, it's not, I know it's not listed on the agenda.
It says planning commission, discussion, and or action.
Okay. So I need to add that to the agenda in the future.
It shall be.
Okay, so PC deliberation. We'll go around. Everybody can make their comments and then we can ask questions of each other. Denise, would you like to start?
Sure. In terms of the adjusting the line to be all, the parcels to be all commercial, it helps with continuity of the commercial district. And to me, it's logical. We have talked about this before about taking the split parcels that are partially one zone and another one and making them all one so that the owner doesn't have this issue every time they want to sell or do something with their parcel, whatever they want to do. It adds another step in the process for them. So it would be consistent, more consistency with the zoning of the township.
Rod, I know you just got here, but
Specific comments.
Andy?
Well, I think the generally favor vote towards the rezoning. We've had no qualms about split zone parcels, how problematic they are. AIS is a good example of that. There are many more like that. Not a large amount of rezoning to go from one person, one category to another. Generally support this kind of action here and elsewhere.
Michael?
I'd first like to thank the homeowner for their considerations and concern. I think that was constructive and I understand your concern. But I also understand that the fractional area that's being considered for rezoning is, I think it's a great point that it's dysfunctional really for, I mean, I think farming and the farm and the ag zoning for that is the owner has a good standing to ask for this change. And because of the commercial district is basically right there, you're talking about a very small piece of property and the fact that there's a lot of complications with these split parcels, I would support this petition.
Scott?
Yeah, I agree with that, at its greatest point, and it's just it's a triangle portion, and it's, the greatest point's 130 feet. I totally agree with making a change there.
Sadie?
I agree with everything that was already said. I think it's, for agriculture, it's pretty useless as far as size, and we've seen complications already with this, and if we can avoid those in the future, that makes the most sense.
Okay. And I agree also. I feel that it's in keeping with our master plan. On page 77 of the master plan, we talk about our planning principles and encouraging economic opportunities. It's consistent with the basic intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. Split zoning complicates development and hinders efficient land use. And it doesn't affect utilities and services in the area. And it was created because we've got a 500-foot overlay of commercial district on M72, and that was set out without respect to property lines. And so that then we end up with situations like this where we have this very long sliver of a plot of land that is zoned differently from the majority of the property. So this would make it compatible with the site's property lines, and surrounding uses are ag and commercial. I don't believe it will have any impact on traffic or negative effects on aesthetics, and it potentially increases the property value by simplifying development. So I'm in favor of it as well. Any discussion, deliberation?
I think as we said before, it would be helpful to have these comments written out for the little findings to send on to the township board. Until we have a public hearing, we don't know what the comments on it, we don't know. So we can have that ready for next month.
Okay. So then we,
If we make a motion today, can we add notes to the board?
I'm not sure you might add no.
Just, adding the notes to the board for reasons why we're.
Capture the comments that were made at this meeting and trying to put that into a memo to the board with the findings that we've all expressed. It's the right things.
Yeah. Yeah.
do we need, so do we need to have that in the motion, or would that be part of what we send to the board?
Well, I believe the motion would be to recommend approval of the rezoning based upon the comments that were made. Planning commission members, and we can prepare those in a document and send it to the town board.
Okay.
For their next meeting in April.
There's a meeting next week.
Oh, for next
but
week.
I don't
Okay.
know that it can be done by that time, though. Get into the packet. I think the packet's being done now, and
Okay.
so it might be out farther than that.
But they're meeting every 2 weeks, right? So,
Currently, yeah.
so it would be in about 3 weeks.
Well, the second meeting of the month is generally supposed to be for administrative business items. Well, first meeting of the month is evening. And that's for heavier topics
Mhm.
typically. I don't know if they would want to consider a rezoning and a 9 a.m. meeting on a Thursday.
So then it would be April's
5
meeting.
weeks, yeah. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, merchant, that we, no, I don't have the. Send it to the town board for approval. Oh. Case number, I make a motion that case number 2026-01 is recommended to the board for approval based on the comments that we received at tonight's meetings.
Trumbull second.
Roll call vote.
Yes. Rebant,
Yes.
Milnick,
Yes.
Merchant,
Yes.
Sherman,
Yes.
Trumbull,
Yes.
Pelton, and yes, Stratton.
Yes. Motion passes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maitland.
Thank you.
All right. Our second public hearing is ZOA 2026-02, adding winery and tasting room ordinance as a special use in Zone A. I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll second Trumbull.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The public hearing opens at 7:34. Okay, so again, anybody who would like to speak needs to fill out the white sheet. Do we have the new one up there? And there is no time limit on public comment during the public hearing. Okay. So if anybody would like to speak.
Sorry, you need to state the publication notice and the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Hang on just one second. Sorry. It was the same one as for the Maitland on February 14th. It was posted in the Traverse City Record Eagle. And I'll state the purpose. The purpose of this public hearing is the addition of a winery and tasting room ordinance as a special use in Zone A. And this is something that the PC has been working on for a while and continuing to refine. And we need to get some public input on it before moving forward. So that's what we're here for today. And it would allow winery, cideries with adjacent tasting rooms on properties of 20 contiguous acres in the ag district. It allows food service, retail sales of winery and farm branded merchandise, food and beverages produced on the premise, and incidental merchandise commonly associated with farm markets. It also provides for promotional activities to be held and as well as events. And you would come before the planning commission with for a special use permit with a site plan for site plan review. Do we need to go into more detail? What do you think? Okay. Okay, so public comment. If anybody would like to speak, please come up to the lectern.
Do I need to sign this? Okay, my name is Jordan Veras. I'm a Whitewater Township resident. I knew I had 3 minutes earlier, so I kind of tried to fly through it because I knew I was going to be a little long-winded. Anyway, so I went through the master plan on the Whitewater Township website, and page 73 the planning principle, preserve Whitewater Township's rural character. Something in here, reads, review and update zoning requirements to further support agricultural tourism. To me, I feel like the only way we keep a lot of the agricultural land around here is to allow these farms to add different revenue streams, right? So with costs going up, fuel, everything involved in farming is extremely expensive. And every year you have no idea if you're going to make anything, make a dime or not. Luckily, there's some federal backstops there for farmers. But still to do it year after year and rely on the weather to make money for your family is a little, probably a little insane, but I appreciate all the farmers that do that year in and year out. So, the winery ordinance allows agritourism to thrive here in Whitewater Township. And that's what we want to do according to the master plan. And then to me, I value the rural character of Whitewater Township, and the best way to preserve that is allowing farmers to add more revenue where they can, and the wineries obviously will be a big help there. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Sam Simpson. My family owns and operates Harbor Hill Fruit Farms, Aurora Cellars, and Good Harbor Vineyards here in northern Michigan. We are also owners of Michigan by the Bottle tasting rooms across the state. My family first started farming on the Leelanau Peninsula in the 1950s. In 2009, after the passing of my father, my sister and I took over our farm together. At the time, we were both working in corporate careers, but we made the decision to leave those jobs and come home to keep the family farm operating. Historically, our farm was largely a commodity farm. We grew tart cherries, sweet cherries, and about 30 acres of wine grapes. That supplied our small family farm for Good Harbor Vineyards. Like many farms in northern Michigan, most of our income came from commodity agriculture. When Taylor and I took over, one of the first things we did was sit down and take a hard look at the financial reality of the farm. What we found was a traditional commodity model, particularly cherries, was simply not economically viable enough to support two families and provide retirement income for our mother. So we made the difficult but necessary decision. Rather than continuing to operate hundreds of acres of cherries that we were losing money on, we began leasing up much of that land. And instead, we leaned into part of the farm that we had the best chance of long-term sustainability, the 30 acres of wine grapes in our small winery. That decision fundamentally changed the trajectory of our farm by focusing on value-added agriculture, wine production, agritourism, and direct-to-consumer sales. We were able to create a sustainable business that still preserves farmland, still grows fruit, and still keeps our land in agriculture. Our story is not unique. Across Michigan, family farms are facing the same economic pressures. The traditional model of simply growing crops and selling them wholesale rarely provides income anymore. Wineries, cideries, farm markets, and agritourism have become some of the most important tools farmers have to keep agriculture economically viable. It is also important to remember that the highest dollar use of most farmland today is not farming at all. It is development. Subdividing farmland into housing lots will almost always generate a higher immediate financial return than farming. but most farmers do not want to be developers. We see ourselves as stewards of the land. Our goal is to preserve open space, productive farmland, the natural beauty that makes Northern Michigan special. When farmers find creative ways to keep agriculture economically viable, like wineries or cideries, that effort should be supported and celebrated by the community. The ordinance you're considering tonight is thoughtful and balanced. It recognizes wineries and cideries as a natural extension of fruit farming and an important part of rural agricultural character of this region. It also establishes reasonable standards and oversight through the planning process. As planning commissioners, one of your most important responsibilities is ensuring that the intention to preserve agricultural land evolves with the realities that farmers face today. Agriculture does not stand still, and the policies that support must be able to evolve as well. I want to commend the township for thoughtfully considering how agriculture can continue to thrive here. I encourage you to support the adoption of this ordinance so that farms have the tools they need to remain viable. Because when farms remain viable, land stays in agriculture. Communities keep their rural character, and future generations inherit the landscapes that make Northern Michigan special. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Jenny Doherty. I live on Elk Lake Road. I'm a homeowner. I went through the ordinance and I understand needing to keep agriculture. I think the biggest thing I found in the ordinance that I was at odds with was the 100-foot setback. 100 foot from my property line to have a 7,000 square foot building with up to 100 people till 10 o'clock at night is quite close. So I would think that if we're looking at doing that, that we should look at expanding the distance from the property line. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Dylan Thompson. I live on Elk Lake Road. First, I want to thank you guys for your service. I come from a family that spent a lot of time on the Planning Commission in Torch Lake Township, and I'm aware of the stress and time that it takes for you guys to do this. So thank you for that. I also come from a family that has spent a lot of time in small businesses. I'm aware of what it takes to keep a small business operating. I have a lot of friends that are in the farming industry, and unfortunately, over the last 4 to 5 years, there's a lot of them that are debating on selling their property. Coming from Torch Lake Township, I really, it's a kind of a sought after area for people to move up here. That's kind of why we originally moved there. I decided to move away from it to Whitewater Township because of the rural and farming side of things. And unfortunately, I feel like if we don't start kind of welcoming and adapting the change for our farmers, that's going to change for everyone. So my opinion is I really think that we should support this. We should support our farmers, and in the long run, if we want to keep this land how it is, we're going to have to support our small farmers. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else?
All right. Good evening, everyone. I want to say thank you as everyone else has for your service on the board. My name is Matt Fogelsong. I live at 9,000 Gay Road. Hope you got comfortable. Hope you got snacks because it's gonna take a while. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. So I want to start this with a question, not just for the board, but for anybody in the township that's considering commentary on this ordinance, right? That question's pretty simple. I think of things very binary. I'm a systems engineer, right? As trade, right? Day in, day out. That's how I afford to be able to be kind of farmer-ish in my life here, right? But that question really is, do you like where you live? And that really drives to the heart of the master plan of this community, right? If the answer is no, there's a different conversation we probably need to have, right? If your answer is yes, though, you like to live in this rural, agriculturally driven environment that many of us choose to either move to, such as myself, or you've been in for generations, then you really begin to have to look at what is the existing system that we're living and operating within, and how can we continue to support it, right? I am not from here. I'm from San Diego, California. I retired from the Marine Corps in 2021. My last duty station was Washington, D.C. It's about as far, those two places are about as far from here as you can possibly get. Having said that, I grew up with my grandparents owning one of the last operating ranches in Los Angeles city limits. You could see LA, downtown LA from my family's ranch. That is gone now. That was sold to developers, right? Because they decided to redistrict, right, in the face of what was happening and the increasing cost of goods sold within agriculture. That's exactly what's happening within our community today, right? COGS, the cost of goods sold, to just be a farmer and produce commodity-based, produce is continually rising. And so we have to begin to figure out a way that we can create an environment that we can't just continue to operate in, but our children can as well down the road, right? This is not just us. It's not just us sitting in this room, right? It's the future generations. And are we establishing a community and an environment and township that our children and our grandchildren can live a somewhat similar lifestyle that we've decided is important to us? So start with that question. If the answer is yes, you like living here, we have to begin to create opportunities to offset what many of the farmers are doing. It is not feasible to sustain in the current environment. I wholeheartedly, my family wholeheartedly supports this ordinance, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Hubble. Been in this community my whole life. I'm 64 years old. I'm a third generation farmer. We own a substantial amount of land north of here. My kids are fourth generation farmer. Two of them are upon us here tonight. And I cannot stress to you, I'm not going to go bore you with what everybody else said, but I can agree with everything they said. I think this is highly important to keep ag going. I was on this township board for 20 some years, and this was coming. We knew it was coming. And I've seen a lot of my ag friends go out of the business. And I can name on probably both hands, maybe less than that, how many of us are left up that way. And I just really would encourage you to make this happen for all of us ag farmers. It's so important to me to see my farm stay in ag after I'm dead and gone. I can't stress that enough. My daughter and her husband bought our house a year ago on the main farm, and that guaranteed my wife and I that piece of farm for sure will stay in ag along with the rest of what I own. So I'm not going to bore you. The only other thing I'm going to say is I went out and got 76 signatures in support of this. I'd like to go on record with that, and I'll turn them in to you guys. And one more thing, thank you You guys don't get thanked enough. You guys do a good job. All the people in this community need to thank you more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's the signatures.
Anyone else?
Mike Jacobson from the Skimog Point Road. I agree with almost every single thing that's been said in here tonight. The master plan supports this. The whole master plan, what they talk about about ag in the master plan is that we need to support ag and keep it here because this is the community many people move to because of the ag that's here in the rural setting. Cherry farming is in a world of hurt, and that's what most of our farmers have been doing for a very long time. And if we don't allow them to expand and be able to do something different, we're helping sign their death warrant. So it's very important that we do whatever we can to help them out. Something else I wanted to say. I didn't get a chance to sign that piece of paper, but I support this fully, and the master plan supports it. And yeah, I spent a lot of time on the planning commission. In this room, not only did I hear the people, the board members on the planning commission state, but many people in the audience over the years have come in and talked about how they want to keep ag in this community. So not only is this small group of people sitting here in support of this, there are many people in this community over the course of quite a few years sitting in this room. I've heard many, many people support us supporting agriculture. And I think that's what we should do. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else?
And if they're done in the house here, we have,
One more.
Right, I'm Sadie Merchant. I live on 10961 Elk Lake Road. I'm speaking as a private resident tonight on this issue. So my biggest thing that I want to talk about is I want to kind of address, because we've worked on this a long time, address the setbacks that we've talked about in the 100-foot that we've kind of agreed on that is in the ordinance right now. I know the biggest issues with the ordinance like this is noise, parking, all those things. And I understand that neighboring properties have a right to worry about that, but I want it, there's 2 points I want to make. First of all, with noise, if you read the ordinance, it's set that you have to follow the township's noise ordinance. And it also says that it has to be kept quieter than a verbal conversation at the property lines. In an ag district right now, you can have sprayers, mowers, chainsaws, anything like that, working any hours all the way up to your property line. I think it's something to be considered when we are setting a standard, a restriction that the ordinance says it can't be louder than a conversational level. So even though you're saying there's going to be all these people on my neighboring property 100 feet from my house, there's restrictions with that. And that's clear in the ordinance. In agriculture right now, you can put up a 10,000 square foot building right up next to somebody's property line, and you can have pigs there. You can have, I mean, farming is loud. So that's something to be considered. I feel like it's being overlooked of what actually is being done in no disrespect, I understand those concerns, but I feel like this ordinance is addressing those concerns by the things that we have already put in place here. And also the biggest thing is that the ordinance is written to have an individual site plan review. So jumping through all these hoops is not only through the township, but it's with the MLCC as well, the liquor control. But the site plan review will allow the planning commission to put conditions on approval. So if there's a winery that wants to take place somewhere and there's a bunch of people that say, well, I'm concerned about this and this and this, the way the ordinance is written right now, the PC has the right to say, yes, you can do that. However, these are the conditions we need you to follow. So that has to be considered as well. And I feel like sometimes it's overlooked, and it might be because some of this is foreign and how all this works is foreign to most people. I mean, I had a lot of learning to do as well, but there are ways to try to work to make everybody happy. And I feel like this ordinance does that by making it an individual site plan review. It's not just here's the ordinance and everybody can do whatever they want. It still has to go through a huge approval process per individual case. Thank you.
Thanks, Sadie. Anyone else? How about on Zoom?
All right, Zoom looking, we have 7 attendees and one has already raised their hand, Greater Good. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Greater Good. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, it's Heidi Volmuth. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, it's Heidi Volmuth, 8388 Winnie Lane, Williamsburg, Michigan. I just have a few concerns. One is on setbacks. It's 100 feet. Marijuana is 300 feet. The only thing you're going to disturb with this kind of event is your neighbors with noise or somebody drank too much. I'd like to see maybe a reconsideration of extending that 100 feet. I'd also like to see a consideration because we don't have a civil infraction and our noise ordinance is very weak. It's also very, very hard to enforce. I'm concerned with the 100 people. I don't know how you're going to limit that because most weddings are 100, 150 if you start doing more events. That might have to be taken a look at with a span of control. I don't know how high you can go. My other question, and I was unable to get an answer from the fire chief. Let's see, I think I had one more. I have a little problem with the time because we have event operations and promotional activity. I know they're a little different, but we got 10 to 11 and 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. A little concerned about 11 p.m. because most farmers go to bed at not between 9 and 10 because they get up between 5:30 and 6. I think that's my only other concern. I know you can put conditions in a site plan review. I completely understand that. But protecting your neighbors, you have to be a good neighbor. That's about all I got. Nice job on the ordinance. But I think you need to maybe put the brakes on a little bit and maybe make a couple changes. And you have one lady that's concerned because she is a neighbor for noise. Personal property rights, remember? They're yours till you violate somebody else's. So that's all I got. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thanks, Heidi.
All right, Greater Good is muted. Carl Wubel has his hand up, and Carl, you are able to unmute now if you want to speak. And Carl, you'll have to unmute on your end if you want to speak.
I'm trying to. Where do I unmute?
We got you.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, as you know, I was on the planning commission until this January. I was very much involved in coming up with the new master plan. I knew we worked on this plan for the winery and the zoning for it, and I am very much in supporting this zoning request. I think it was done well. There could be some issues that need to be addressed later, but right now I don't see any reason to hold it up. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
All right, and 5 more participants here. If any of the remaining attendees want to speak, please raise your hand at this time. We'll give you a couple seconds here to raise your hand. It's at the bottom of your screen. Doesn't look like anybody's raised hands.
No.
Yeah, still no raised hands from the remaining attendees.
Okay, I did this out of order, but we did receive some written comments. As of 3 o'clock this afternoon, we had received 4 emails that are in favor. Gabriel Barber wrote that she thinks this would have a positive impact on our community's businesses. It would give local farmers and landowners more opportunities to use their property and to increase their business to new consumers. It also fits nicely with the township's master plan. Small wineries and cideries are a great example. They help keep farming strong while giving people a reason to visit, enjoy what Whitewater Township has to offer. Nikki Indish wrote in support of the new ordinance. She thinks the change would be really good for our community. It gives local farmers and landowners more opportunities to use their property in creative ways and help bring a bit more business and activity to our area. Lisa Bowerman, I've read the ordinance on wineries and cideries for the township. The guidelines are well defined. I see that it fits into the Whitewater Township master plan, and it would be a great support for our local farms through agritourism. I'd like to share my support for this ordinance. And there was a 4th one. Which I cannot find. Well, it was from Doug Bowerman, and he also wrote in support. I'm sorry, I don't know why I can't find it. Oh, here it is. I'm writing to support the new wineries and cideries ordinance. I have read the article in full and think this new ordinance would fit in nicely with our local agriculture and tourism, giving our farmers, growers, and small businesses added opportunity for growth. Okay. So we're going to, can I have a motion to close the public hearing? I'm really stumbling through this tonight. Thank you for being patient with me.
You're doing great.
Motion to close the public hearing, Sherman.
Second,
Trumbull, second.
roll call vote? No. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the motion passes. All right, and now we will have deliberation among the planning commission. Go around the table again. Scott, you want to start?
Yeah, I think there's an overwhelming support in the community. Issues of setbacks were brought up, but I believe that you guys have gone into deep research and debate over that setback in the past. I haven't been here for the whole thing, so that's the only thing I'm hearing as a negative.
Okay, I'll go next. I have a couple of things. Because we refer to the as an accessory use to a winery, which meets the requirements, a winery may also operate a brewery and or distillery associated with a tasting room. I think we need to add definitions of brewery and distilleries in the ordinance. I'd also like to propose that the wineries and tasting rooms should be separated by a minimum distance of 1 mile. And that is, I believe, from my point of view, would help with potential traffic, especially if we're having events at these properties, and would also help with noise concerns. The Michigan liquor law requires businesses with liquor licenses that must be a minimum of, it's 300 to 500 feet. I don't remember exactly what the number is, from schools and or churches. And so then that made me kind of rethink so we don't need to have that in the ordinance because the liquor license will cover that. But that was kind of making me think about the 100-foot setback. But I do agree with Sadie's comment that during the site plan review, if there is a home nearby, that we could look into that as well. Let's see. And then I also would suggest that we add, that we make the, which Heidi brought up, the discrepancy between the hours of promotional activities versus events, that they should both be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And because our noise ordinance is going to be coming under review, I think we need to cover some things in this that are not covered by the noise ordinance. One would be in Article I, item number 5, standards for wineries. Noise shall conform to Whitewater Township's noise ordinance number 39. I would propose that in addition to saying that the volume does not exceed a conversational level, that we actually call that out as 60 decibels or less, which is the common noise level for a conversation. And then the last change I would propose is that all 20 acres must be zoned A1, because we do have a map that Randy had created that with cross-hatching of all parcels that are 20 acres and over. And as with Mr. Maitland's situation, we have a large number of properties that are split zoned between residential R1 and agriculture. So I think it's important that those 20 acres are completely zoned A1. Otherwise, I'm in favor of this. I think it's a great support. It's definitely in keeping with goal 2A on page 81 of the master plan, have regulatory tools in place to preserve and maintain rural character by offering economic support to farmers. It promotes economic progress, and it follows our noise and fire codes. What else? And it encourages keeping farms economically feasible. I might have already said that. There, that's my spiel. Michael?
Being newer to the commission, what's really important to me in looking at this is I've lived here for almost just over 3 years, going back to being in some of the workshops and some of the master planning sessions that happened to really understand what the community wanted. I think those steps were taken. I think one of the surveys that were done showed that the community, one of the general consensus or the most support was behind agritourism. That was one of the most supported topics that were within the survey. And I think that whenever you do a new ordinance and new language, it's difficult. And I think that this commission has studied this. They've made very good recommendations and they've consulted appropriately. I do believe, and it's been stated before, but this is a special use approval. And special use approvals give the approving body latitude to make recommendations. And I understand that you have residential uses within farms that may apply for this use. And that has been brought up, and the concern about noise or proximity of a structure that's large. And I understand those concerns, but under a special use approval, those things should be really considered when looking at site plan and how they'll impact the area around them. And I think that you're never going to write language that's perfectly going to satisfy any and all conditions. And that's why special use approvals take on more process, more, the applicant has to give more detail, and even though there's language, you have to be able to look at each applicant per case. And that's the opportunity where you get the balance. If there's a house nearby that someone wants to build a very large structure next to, we might not see it that way. And we might make recommendation that, maybe utilize a different area on your site. And I think the spirit is to support this. We want this. The community wants this. And I think the language that's been written, I'm going to defer, the specificity that you brought up. I don't disagree with anything that you brought up, but I support the general language, and I think it's something that should be passed as soon as possible.
Right. Well, I'm generally in favor of this as well. We've spent some time on this, as you all know. My biggest problem has to do with the noise, and the reliance on ordinance number 39 is problematic in my mind, in that we've talked several times about how that is flawed and difficult. And I think that issue of noise is compounded when we allow amplified music and entertainment to be a part of the activity at a future winery. I struggle to make the connection between amplified music and entertainment and rural atmosphere and rural ambience and agricultural production and agricultural viability, when I think, though, that's probably taking more steps towards a general commercial operation. And I think if you want to think about it in shorthand, it's, we move the needle more towards a bar and a restaurant when we have open requirements or few requirements as terms of entertainment and amplified music. I think indoor amplified music is not a problem, obviously, because that's kind of self-controlling. But if there's outdoor amplified music, that's potentially troublesome. And I don't know how a small township like this is able to effectively manage noise. Complaints come and go and so forth. So anyway, I think we need to work on that. I also wanted to point out that we do have that map that we can put on the screen.
We can?
Yes. And that was the result of some workshops. It's easy to think about, 20 acres and ag, what does that really look like? And Joe, if you could put up the Whitewater Township ag zoning parcels up on the screen now. We could show everyone what we're talking about. There. It's Whitewater Township ag zoning parcels 03.
The third one.
So this is, you can enlarge that. So this is showing all the gray areas, is showing the parcels that are zoned agricultural. Is that right?
They're 20 acres or more, I believe.
And zoned agricultural. And that highlights the problem that Reed mentioned earlier. There are so many split zone parcels. We have a number of parcels that would be greater than 20 acres, but then also zone both agricultural and something else. So I think for clarity, we would want to say it's all zoned agricultural.
So it extends below 72, M72, and then east to Bags Road.
Yeah, everything agricultural is mostly north of 70.
There you go.
So you can see that every one of the gray blocks there is a potential winery. Except for whatever, you've got some of the Battle Creek area in there, that's obviously wouldn't be. this covers a lot of potential area in the township that could be a winery. Those are my comments. I think we have more work to do, but we're close.
Brad, do you have anything to add?
Yes, this one I do have an opinion on. I really like the direction that the planning commission has gone, and I think this project itself, is exciting for the agricultural area and the farmers. I would, having worked in a winery for a couple of years, there's only two things that I would bring up. And we have a vintner here in the audience. Yes, sir. And one of the things that I learned is that you can't always count on your local fruit supply. And sometimes in grapes, making wine, you may have to go outside of local. We mention local a lot in here, and I don't know if that's an important definition, but I know of some wineries in Leelanau that were drawing grapes out of California. So you start moving away from the idea of local. And if that's important, well, maybe that's something that should be discussed. And, that's for further discussion. The second is noise. I do share the concern that 100-foot just seems on the fringe of being a problem. And I think extending beyond 100-foot seems like a reasonable thing, but I would suggest that be further debated by the planning commission. Other than that, I really like the direction. I support what's presented tonight.
Denise? Okay. My comments would be in relation to if the size of the permitted footprint of 7,000 square feet that, or less, whatever size building that you determine that you want to build, that the square foot of the tasting room should not exceed 25% of the total square footage. And that would be very typical in terms of size. If you want events under 100 feet, if there's calculators, maximum occupancy calculators online that you can look at, and you plug in the square footage and it pops out the number of people. I put in 7,000 square feet, and that was 453 people with tables and chairs. You can subtract out for a winery bar area and bathrooms and all that and drop it down to 5,000, and it would still be several hundred. So, but whatever, the 25% of the square footage of the size of the building. Music ending at 10 p.m. on both the events and the promotional activities. Noise is a major concern for myself. If I work outside all day, or for people who work all week, when they come home, they want to spend time in their home on weekends and enjoy their property. And if you're outside at a fire pit and you hear music from other places around you, it may not be what you had thought it would be of enjoyment of your property at that time. So everyone can have a noisy neighbor, but if you're having events every weekend on Friday or Saturday night, most neighbors would not do that with that many people, over 100 people. So the parking would be an issue. The 100-foot setback, some people, some ordinance have mentioned that they wrote it in that in the 100-foot setback that no parking would be allowed in the setback. So that would be a nice thing to have. The number of people, if you have 100 people, you have in this for parking, a 1 space per every 100 square feet of space. So if you had, let's say 5,000, someone do the math for me. Parking spaces, you might have an event where you'd know that there it might be 150 people, and there would be 2 people per car. That'd be 75 parking spaces needed. You can have your parking for your routine everyday business, but for events, you should have a deferred parking space on your site plan that you could include as an expansion. So if you had a larger event, you didn't have to, at that last moment, figure out, where you're going to park cars because of that. If you do have over 75 cars for an event, you should have a parking attendant or someone to help people park in your deferred parking area or around your parking area if it's not marked well. And then at the time of the end of the event, help them to navigate onto a main street. Like if your entrance, it would be on Elk Lake Road where people are going 55 miles an hour because we never exceed the speed limit. You would need someone to help with that after an evening of indulgence. So I think that was pretty much all of mine. Just in general. And the additional thing I would like, we are going to have a survey for short-term rentals. And in order to have more community input on the winery and cidery ordinance, it would be nice to have some questions regarding this ordinance that would have a transformational impact on the township included. And then it would have more attention than separating the 2 topics. If we could do that.
Okay, so we've heard from everyone. Let's talk about this now. So, what do you think about, I made a suggestion that we need to add a definition of brewery and distillery since we're referring to them in the ordinance and the definition doesn't exist. Does that make sense to you? Okay.
Yeah, if you have it on site, on premises, you have this sheet, everyone should have one. The on premises tasting room permit, licensed manufacturing premises. In there, it lists the brewer, microbrewer, winemaker, small winemaker, distillery, brandy. So I would guess, I don't know if would we have to allow breweries, or can you just do that with this on premises tasting room permit? I'm not sure.
So it says I mean, I think you have to, Sadie, correct me if I'm wrong, you'd have to get a different license to do the brewery part or just and distillery from Michigan?
That you check, but it looks the same as a small winemaker.
Okay.
Just saying what you can make. You can make a spirit or a beer if you wanted. But the licensing is the same. Yeah, most of them a lot of them go hand in hand. Some places will have an option like that available.
Okay.
I think it relates to this, and I think it was just brought up by you. I mean, if you're going to be a brewery, do you have hops on the property or I think that's the spirit of this ordinance, is to be using the fruit on, or the produce on the property to create whatever you're serving. So I don't see a lot of hop farms right now anymore.
No.
So I think that the definition is very important. And I think we have to clarify, is that specifically the intent that whatever's distilled or processed is coming from the property?
But not necessarily limited to that, right?
I
mean,
maybe not.
Because
That's
I know, for example, on Old Mission, they've had to bring in grapes from other production.
I mean, maybe it's complementing something that's already being used on the property. I think that's why the definitions need to be bolstered, I guess, per your point. Not just what a distillery is or those definitions, but how they're limited by the produce, the use of or the lack of use of the produce coming from the property. I think that we need to define that.
So we had something like that in here at one point. I don't think it's in here anymore, right? And does anybody remember why it was removed? Is that something that we are allowed to regulate or not?
We're not allowed to regulate. We're not allowed to regulate that. That's what the court case was for OMP, was that holding the winery to obtaining fruit only from Old Mission Peninsula other farmers was illegal. That they should be able to get their produce or fruit from anywhere, even out of state if they want. So
If I'm not mistaken, that was put in there by the wineries themselves originally to try to protect the identity of Old Mission grapes and wine, and they were trying to create.
Yeah.
A term, I forget exactly what.
There's a term like Burgundy, French Burgundy. They have a special label that has the stamp on it that shows that it's from a particular region. And if they wanted to develop that, for example, in Leelanau or OMP, they could have a little design that they put on the wines that they manufacture there. But they can't just say, you can't get grapes from anywhere. But you can, if you do produce locally, then you can have that little special mark on your bottle.
But what gives you the right to have a place where you can sell on, and maybe there isn't a restriction, and maybe legally can't be restricted, but if I take it to the extreme that you can just meet the criteria of the special use, be growing grapes or pears or whatever, don't use them for the distill and just source them from somewhere else and just create a point of sale. And
We do say that that it has to be processed, right? The part of our definition
it
of
has to
the
be
wine.
processed on site.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's been defined. And maybe that's not a concern, but I thought that was the spirit of what this was. I mean, to me, it would seem like that every product that was sold and processed should have at least an element of what's being grown on the farm, even if it's supplemented by other grapes to make a blend or something. I'm sure there's a lot of different ingredients but if there isn't at least one primary ingredient being grown on the farm, it sort of defeats the spirit of this whole ordinance, in my opinion.
And that's where we started until the Old Mission Peninsula case came.
So, and we might not legally be able to do that. I don't know.
I think that's an enforcement issue too, to try and to decide what's.
We're gonna make Deb go taste all the wine.
Well, and to build on your point, it is a special use permit that they're applying for, so.
So maybe we can make them.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, and within special use, that gives us the latitude, I think, to say, hey, and you can update your special use if you have a new product, but you need to at least show us that you're using something on the farm.
Yeah.
So it feels like I'm opening a can of worms. I'm sorry if I am, but
That's fine. I mean, I would think that using something that's actually grown on the property will be a big selling point. And so I'm not sure if we need to regulate it or not. And it sounds like we actually.
I guess what I don't want to have is someone that just has like, they have access to huge amounts of produce that are from Washington and they just want a point of sale here. And they don't, and they're going to grow some stuff just to meet our special use. They're not going to use it. They're just going to say, yeah, grow some whatever out there. We don't care. Sell it in the market, whatever. But we're going to bring in a bunch of produce and we're going to process it on site and we're going to sell it because this is a great place to sell stuff. I mean, I think that defeats the purpose on a lot of levels, including the local farmers that are actually trying to use their produce, and it's going to be a market impact on them.
Right.
So I'd rather be giving the special use to local farmers that are using their produce for their product.
Yeah.
Kind
of hard to regulate.
Yeah.
I would add to that, and this is 20 years ago experience, is that the vintner who wants to have different blends, different grapes, a 20-acre parcel is not going to, support their wine business. They typically have contracts with other local growers and they become part of that network. So, as I think about Whitewater Township, whatever, it is, whether it's grapes or apples or berries, whatever, that you want to encourage that growth here in Whitewater Township or the surrounding area. I don't know how you do that with the proper wording, but I think that's what we're all looking for, is utilizing the property, the agricultural areas, to resume their heyday again, if it's possible.
So the issue that I see with this is, if based on what we're hearing, like if you have a crop failure, does that mean you can't sell any of your wine that year?
Right. I think that what his point also, I think it's a good point, is that you might have processors that are, it's like a co-op, like almost with the local farmers, and I think that would be within the spirit. So if you're got your 20 acres, you're doing everything on there and there's 4 farmers around you that are growing the same crop or this different that can be added to yours and or used. Maybe it's even a separate product that you're using a local farm within a certain. So that helps to help alleviate that when the crops don't come in the way they should. I don't know.
Crops can also get damaged and you can't sell it in the store. But if you're going to make it into juice to produce alcohol, then you can use that product. Whereas if apples, for example, if it's got some little dimples in it, it's not going to sell on the shelf at Meijer.
Yeah,
but you'd be able to
Make good cider.
produce it.
So
So our ordinance specifically says, in draft, that the winery shall own a minimum of 20 acres of contiguous property within Whitewater Township used in the production of products produced by the licensee. Okay, so it has to be something that they're producing on the premise. Value for that.
I think we had over 50% was of the acreage was in the production of whatever product you were using.
that's what we had before. Yeah.
I don't know why it's not there now. Maybe we need to
Probably because you can't regulate it.
Right.
That's what we're hearing.
Isn't that because of the Old Mission Peninsula case?
I don't know, that was 75 pages. I forgot some of it.
So it doesn't specifically say that, because they can also sell they can also have a farm market, right? So the produce that or whatever they're growing doesn't necessarily have to end up in the wine, right? It could end up in the farmer's market.
Yeah, it just, if it says over 50%, you could take 50% of that product and put it in your farmer's market and sell it, or have a U-pick and still have, you're still meeting the qualification of having over 50% of it. of the land. I didn't know we had to take that out. I didn't.
So in the past, last meeting, I suggested, I think there's criteria with this language that's extremely important, and it includes a legal level to it. What we have the right legally to put into the ordinance, and I think there's precedent to that, obviously, locally. And then maybe more clarifying, take all these comments and we can talk about it more. But again, I'd be glad to research and create some more specific language for it right away.
So I think before your tenure, we did have the attorney review the draft ordinance.
I actually shared that with you and Scott today.
Oh,
but
okay.
I didn't have a chance to read it.
Yep.
It's the same attorney representing Old Mission.
Okay.
And they had flagged a number of issues that I think we addressed.
Mhm.
But I still think we need clarity on how this agricultural products are used in the winery. I mean, what's the connection?
Yep.
And I don't know that we want to inventory every grape as part of the special use approval, but
Yeah, I was wondering what you all thought of, and maybe there's no precedence for this, but something that states that it's preferred that the grapes or apples are grown locally, but not a mandate.
Right.
We just have somebody that knows weigh in on this.
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Could you come up to the microphone?
Yeah.
So we've helped with 3 different ordinances around the state and opened up 24 different locations. So I'm here if you have questions. That's why I'm here. Because you can't do what you want to do, just to be clear. So if you have questions, that's why I'm here.
Okay, so we can't require that the produce that's grown on the property is used in the wine.
As the zoning ordinance, you guys can have very clear mandates that it has to be in agriculturally zoned areas, but you cannot require that it's 25% has to be in that product.
Okay. Thank you.
You just cannot do that.
How do you deal with noise complaints? And
So a couple of the different townships that we work with, we have nuisance ordinances. So like the decibel, you can do that. So quite frequently townships will do 60 to 80 decibels at the property line. That's a pretty common way that townships will deal with that.
And setbacks, are you familiar with setbacks in your area?
So the biggest setback I've seen is 100 feet. More frequently you see them like in parking lots at 40 feet, things like that.
Yeah. So how far back is your setback for your wineries on Leelanau?
So Leelanau,
Not what the regulation says, but how far did you set your wineries back?
So one of our wineries is non-conforming because we started before zoning was in place. But the other one's 120 feet.
Okay.
So, but like I said, we've worked in townships all around the state of Michigan. So like everything you guys are talking about is incredibly common. I looked through the ordinance before I came here. What you guys have put together is very reasonable. When you go into a special land use, it's better to have a broader ordinance. And then when you go into a special land use, you dig into the individual application. That's where you can kind of hone these things. What you guys have come up with is very similar to what we've seen in 2 other townships that have been functional. Bingham is pretty close. Leelanau, this is very close to Leland's. So like when I looked through it, thought you guys had put a lot of thought into this. Again, special land use, you'll be able to dive deeper into some of these things. On an individual applicant, what you're going to do is get bogged down if you try to make sure the ordinance touches every single thing. So,
On processing, apparently that's within the ordinance. Is that what happens in most of the townships that you work in, where the processing is done at the cidery or at the winery?
So
Typically, so in the state of Michigan, what you need is the ability to process. So a small winemaker license is similar to a distillery license, which is similar to a brewery license. So the state of Michigan requires you to have the ability to process. I hear myself all day. So. Yeah.
We want to make sure they can hear you on Zoom.
Yeah. So you need the ability to process. It does not mean that you have to do all the processing on your site. So, when I hear you talk about bringing in all this product from Washington, I've heard that same argument around the state. It doesn't happen on broad scale. What happens is the ancillary markets that are around here end up benefiting, because what happens is if you get hit with a hail storm or whatever, you're going to go to your neighbor for product, right? You're going to work with an existing market where, they're able to help out and help grow. You're leveraging your neighbors to be able to start this industry. What you guys are doing is creating an avenue for people to exist, and you need flexibility to do that, because when these smaller wineries start up, what happens in like this, same for us, when we started in 78 at Good Harbor, when my parents started, we had someone else help us out. Larry Mobby is my godfather. He helped us get going. And that's what happens. You create an ecosphere where all these smaller wineries are helping each other grow. And hopefully what you'll see is the agriculture will stay agriculture, but you need to have the flexibility. What you guys have put together is flexible enough to allow the different stages of growth. Don't go deeper on it. You will kill small people trying to start. But if there are other specific questions, I'm here. So, please.
Yes, just one more for me. That network of growers that service you or Larry, what size of parcel do they typically farm, vineyards or whatever? Is it a 20-acre parcel and it's a magnitude of 10 or 20 different groups that support that winery?
So it's the beautiful thing about this emerging market right now is it spans. So like you have someone like Left Foot Charlie, for example, they work with a lot of smaller growers. So they have a lot of 2-acre growers, and those are growers that, were gentlemen farmers and wanted to have their name on a label. But Brian has done a great job bringing those people together under his roof. You then have someone like us, for example, we're the biggest grape growers in the Midwest for vinifera. We got out of cherries because we were commodity farmers, and we now have removed all of those cherries and we're putting in like pretty big acreage. So 40, 50 acres a year. That is to be able to sell to Meyer and all of those areas. So you can have an industry that can meet a lot of different needs, because it spans from, 300 case producers to 5,000 case producers and upwards. And we have some producers up here doing 100,000 cases that are supporting a lot of agriculture.
I would say that hearing what you just said and understanding a little more, thank you. I would say that all the main concerns I'm hearing, setback, noise, parking, I think that through the process, when we have a special use applicant, that I would suggest, and I don't know if it's necessarily in the ordinance, but it's almost like an impact study. It's support for your application. Everybody's going to do that. There's a criteria, but it'd be great for the site plan application to have the applicant on some level just say it's going to be very beneficial for you to say there's a house here, there's a view corridor here. What are you doing with your site plan that it's going to mitigate the impact to the surrounding community? That's number one. And we do have latitude before we issue a special use. I know that. So, and if you do those things and you do them and it's supported generally, and you've in good faith done your best effort toward that, and maybe you say, hey, we have this crop and our plan is to produce this much of this. Now that will change. And I'm saying after we give the special use, we have no right to talk about it.
I would just be very cautious. Like, so what's the point of putting that in there if you can't enforce it? Because what you're doing is creating
Well, the point would be to say, at least before we issue a special use, are you within the spirit of what we're really wanting to get to? And you don't have any, we legally, after we give a special use approval, we don't have any right to regulate it, like you just said. But we have the right to deny a special use applicant. So all I'm saying is give us more information, tell us everything, all your plans as much as possible, and they can change after you get your special use. But at least in front of the approval or lack of approval, we're gonna ask the applicants to be as like you said, there's full latitude, and we can't necessarily control everything in language and an ordinance, but we can definitely demand it at a special use hearing.
So I hear you. I think the one thing that I would, so I'm not disagreeing with you out of respect. I'm just saying that what you want to do, the place for that is in your master plan. You know, in terms of a special land use, that you disagree.
You can't.
I don't agree with that, but.
Okay, in terms of a special land use, if you're going to put intention in there, it should be enforceable. I mean,
Well, the enforcement mechanism is in the special use approval and the site plan approval, right? So you come in with a set of plans, you want to do this, it meets the ordinance generally, then the planning commission looks at that and says we can approve it. And then special use approvals can be amended as well. So if your business model changes 5 years down the road, you bring your project back and it's reviewed and approved again. Right? I mean, that's.
So it seems to me that what you were just talking about could be conveyed at the preliminary site plan review meeting, right?
I think we're agreeing. I think I'm just saying that as a commission and as we consider these applicants, that we ask them to give us more upfront, because our approvals impact, irregardless of the language. Language has criteria, but special use is a higher threshold, and that's when the applicant's got to say, "Hey, I know there's a neighbor here. I'm going to put the processing back here, or I'm going to put the processing closer, and it's going to block where we're going to have the public, coming in and parking and enjoying our product. So we're going to create a buffer, and these are the things that I think what a special use affords us." Like you said, if you try to define everything in language, we're just gonna be cannibalizing the intent, and you're just never gonna get perfect language. So other than, some of your suggestions, and I think we do have to do more.
Back. So
yeah.
I'm here if you guys have any further questions.
Thank you.
I think what you guys have put together, for what it's worth, is well balanced. It is in line with what I've seen around the state. So I think you guys are commended in regards to doing something thoughtful. And putting a lot of effort into it. So for what that's worth, I've seen a lot of these, and I think you guys have done a nice job.
Thank you. Thanks so much. So the that sort of preliminary meeting for site plan review could be strongly recommended by the zoning administrator, and then at that meeting,
yes,
there are 1 or 2 planning commissioners as well as the zoning administrator, and we can help guide them in terms of what they're going to present before they put a bunch of money in.
Like a work study with the applicant before they formally submit. It would be highly recommended, if not put into the ordinance to do.
Right. We see these issues. We think that your review would go much smoother if you did this, and this, and also talk about, what the basis is for your plan in terms of how you're using what you're growing.
Regulate them as much as possible before we approve it.
Well,
that's a bad way to say it, but
sound good, but
encourage them to do the right thing by the spirit of the ordinance.
But encourage them to do something that's going to make their process more smoothly.
Correct.
Go more smoothly, right? And have a better chance of being passed for recommendation.
Correct. Yes.
So I think with with the exception of a couple of the changes that have been, or suggested changes that have been brought up, that we can modify and review.
And bring a new draft back to the next.
And bring a new draft back to the next meeting. And then, so do we then have to have another public hearing?
I guess it depends on how much it changes between now and action.
Okay,
I think if it's just a couple definitions, we don't really need to go
right.
have another public hearing.
Definition and then changing the time of the hours of event operations so that it's the 10 o'clock and adding the 60 decibels. What else do we have?
That 60 decibels are really difficult to enforce. When
I know it's
looked
difficult to
into it.
enforce, but right now, but saying that it's, you know, that it's should not exceed conversational level. I mean, at least if you have a number in there, somebody could conceivably have one of those readers, right? But
Yeah,
I know that's not likely.
enforcement. So who's gonna get called? Police. They're gonna show up from Grand Traverse County and they'll probably walk over to the winery and say, hey, you gotta watch your noise level.
Yeah, that's usually how that happens.
Right.
They're not gonna have a device because then they have to get
No,
trained on how to use the device and everything like
There,
that.
there is an app that you can have download on your phone.
It's not, you can't use that in court. This is
You
in
can,
court.
I did check with the court.
Okay,
And any evidence presented in a court case
I
is
disagree.
accepted, but it doesn't necessarily say that they have to use it.
Any good lawyer will tear that apart.
Yeah. But this handheld thing isn't too expensive. I think it's like $300 or less. It's just that not every patrol car is going to have one in their car, that kind of thing. So enforcement's always an issue for us.
So we mentioned noise ordinance 3 times in this draft winery ordinance, and if you've read the noise ordinance, you know it's pretty vague and very general, and that's why it's been on the agenda for the planning commission to talk about. And that's why I'm uncomfortable with saying amplified music's allowed when we're relying on the noise ordinance that we know is flawed. So it's kind of a domino thing for me.
Well, so what would you suggest?
I would suggest not allowing amplified music until we get an improved noise ordinance.
Outdoor amplified music, right?
Outdoor, yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
Indoor would be okay.
And
I
then,
think there's a big step that you take when you have amplified music outdoors. That can be everything from a small little machine to concert thing. I don't know. I mean,
True.
It's a lot.
and then go back and amend this amendment once the noise ordinance has been improved?
That's my thought on this. I think it's burning that. And I don't get the connection between amplified music and agricultural rural preservation. And it almost seems opposite. And I don't see how that necessarily supports agricultural production. It's not a straight line for me. It's a straight line when you see, okay, value added agriculture, you know, making grapes, making wine out of it rather than just selling the grapes. I get that. But then how does entertainment and amplified music outside contribute to that?
Just another way to keep the farm.
What are the rules on amendments to this? You asked a question about the public hearing. I don't know the rule.
The rule is that they have to have a public hearing before we can recommend a zoning amendment to the township board.
No, I understand that, but making amendments after this public hearing.
Well, that's the whole purpose of the public hearing, is to get comments to make amendments to the
Okay,
draft.
so there is not a requirement for another.
And it's not
Okay.
a clear line of how much changes needs to take place before
Okay.
another hearing is required. It's a judgment call of the planning commission.
Okay.
Are we going to have another public hearing for short-term rentals? Is that something that?
That's not in the works right now. We still have the survey and
But after the survey?
yeah, I mean, I don't know if we would have a public hearing until we actually drafted something,
Okay.
right? Okay, all right, are we ready to move on? Do we feel like we have a plan of action here?
I do. You don't have to move to take an action on this. Okay.
Okay, Sadie, can you join us again?
We have to close the hearing. Or
We already closed the public hearing.
Before we move on to the next, could I just verify one of the names of the speakers? I think it's is he still here? Mr. Matt Vogelsong? Fogle? Thank you.
All right, approval of the minutes of the February 4th meeting.
I have a correction. On page, this is 23. With regard to the bylaws review.
Page of the minutes of the.
It's page
Page 4 at the bottom.
And what pages that you have?
It's page 23 of the packet.
23. Thank you.
Page 4 of the minutes.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really describe the two amendments to the bylaws that we made. It just says we made a motion to amend the bylaws as discussed. I think we should have clarity that the two amendments were to delete section 3J3B. And also to modify section 9 of the order of business with respect to number 1.
I don't know, because it wasn't stated in the motion, I'm sure, but it was to delete section 3J3B.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
modify section 9 order of business with respect to.
Number 1. Yeah.
We'll correct that motion to that.
Please.
Sure.
I didn't have anything besides that. Anybody else have any amendments to the minutes? Nope. Can I have a motion to accept the minutes as amended?
Motion to accept the minutes as amended. Sherman?
Second?
Second.
Merchant. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, the only correspondence that we received were the 4 emails that I've already read.
There was one other one, and that had to do with the Acme Township master plan.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I emailed it to everybody from my meeting that I was in earlier. There's a copy of the email that came in at 5 minutes to 6 tonight.
That's not what we're talking about.
Right, but that's the other one for that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Deb.
I think there was material that the clerk received from Acme Township telling us that the Acme Township had looked on the master plan and gave us a link to the master plan. And as you might remember, when we did ours, they have to circulate it to adjacent jurisdictions. I did take a quick look at that, and I did find some issues that we should probably draw attention to. It has to do with the land use along the, I guess it'd be the western side of Whitewater Township and the eastern side of Acme. It's not clear from their maps exactly how it's existing land use, and it's not clear what future land use is. So I'll prepare something for our next meeting that you can see that we can act on and discuss. We have 63 days, so fortunately, we have time to respond in that time.
Okay,
So
thanks, Randy. Okay, reports. Deb, did you want to give a report since you're here?
Hi.
Aye.
Hi. Had a good meeting at the Stand By Your Plan tonight with Jill Bain was there from our Giffords and Webster. She did the presenting. And just reinforced how important it is to have a master plan
and have good ordinances that reinforce your master plan. A little bit slower month in February, shorter month as well. I've got one pending land division on my desk. I don't have any new zoning board of appeals. And at the advice of our new attorney, the only complaints I'm going to list in my zoning report are going to be when they get closed out. So does anyone have any questions for me? We do go back to court with Denise Heidish with the short-term rental on March 13th. So Friday the 13th, we're back in court. Anyway, those are pretty much my highlights.
Thanks, Deb.
You're
How
welcome.
many people were at the workshop?
11, 12. Not a big crowd. They were expecting 16. And but it was a beautiful view from the building. But anyway, but it was really good information. I did leave a packet of it in Reen's mailbox so that you have everything that was discussed at that.
Thanks. I didn't know I had a mailbox. I will have to go look in there. Okay, Planning Commission Chair. Scott put together some initial research on the noise ordinance, a potential stormwater ordinance and events. And you've emailed those, yes?
I tried emailing them, they wouldn't go right now.
Okay, all right, so you will receive those. And that's it for me as commission chair. I will be back again with the ROWG Township Board Representative.
Well, it's budget time and we'll discuss that a little bit more later. The budget will first appear on the township board meeting next week. There's a draft that's been put together. Tim Aarons, who was working on that, had mentioned that our meeting is tonight and we'll have a chance to look at the draft budget a little bit later in the agenda. The second thing I'd mentioned is that there's been mention of a joint planning commission town board meeting sometime, possibly in April or maybe out there a little ways to discuss the short-term rental issue as well as the potential survey and things of that nature. So I don't have that any particular date yet. It's just been something that's been mentioned, and that's such a big issue in this township. It would be good for the planning commission and town board to have a joint meeting and discuss that. There's a lot of meetings going on though with the budget, and there's hearings required and all that, so. I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Scott, anything from the ZBA?
We did not meet.
ROWG, okay, so Rod is going to take over the lead role for the capital improvements project. Thank you so much for doing that. The April meeting has been canceled to give Rod and I an opportunity to work on that and get a plan in place. We're also going to work on a roadmap for the short-term rental, possible short-term rental ordinance in terms of what's coming next. And with regard to that, if we could have that joint meeting and sooner rather than later, so that we can move forward with the survey. And then the second workshop we would like to hold in June when the snowbirds are back in town. We updated the white paper that was the information on Michigan townships and their current STR ordinances with further information on general and police ordinances, and that's been added to the notebook. So it's available for public review. And I think that's it for the ROWG. So unless anybody has any questions about that, we'll move on to the unfinished business, which is the Giffords-Webster zoning ordinance review. In your packet on page 26 and 27, 28, 29, through 31, Randy supplied us with some visual aids for PUDs, right? And then Michael's work on on the PUDs and other parts of this bundle are immediately follow that. So I believe we've got Giffords Webster in the Zoom meeting.
Yeah, there are one or two people here from Giffords Webster. Do you want me to unmute them?
Yes.
All right. We have Ian Hogg. He's labeled as Giffords Webster. Would there be another name? Andy Amat? Is that okay? I'll unmute Andy and Ian.
And I think they're gonna need to share the screen.
Okay. Yeah, they'll have to do that on their end. All right. Andy and Ian are able to unmute.
Yep. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Hi, Andy.
Hello, good evening, Planning Commission. I will try to share my screen. I think I need that permission granted to me, I believe, in my Zoom window. And Ian Hogue is with us. He's just taking notes. He's here because Jill could not make it. So, yeah.
All right. So, Andy, you have to accept the permission to join as a panelist. And there, Andy's now a panelist.
Okay.
And then go ahead and
think
try
that
to share
should-
your screen now.
Yep, let me.
Where am I? Is this in this?
I need to send a request, so hopefully you'll get.
Yeah, there you go.
Page 32.
All right.
I'm gonna
Yep.
also move Ian over to panelists.
Oh, no.
And Andy, you have
Sounds good.
permission
So I
now
can
to
share my
share.
screen now.
For the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have it printed out. That's get online, look at it.
Can
There, we
everybody
can see your
my
screen now
okay?
up there.
Okay. So I would like if we can start with the memo that's titled Subject Bundle 1 PUD Section Update. I'm proposing that we go in order to what I believe is kind of what took the most work of revising to the least work. So just kind of trying to check the more thorough recent revisions to the least thorough, and hopefully it's a good way to streamline things. So that being said, we made a couple revisions from the February 4th meeting. Um, One of the key ones was and I want to just point out in our language, we highlight the key changes that took place from February 4th. A couple of these I accidentally kept from the previous meeting, so there's a couple of them that are actually holdovers from that were actually changed before last meeting. So they've been here twice. But for the most part, all of the highlighted, for the most part, the highlighted were new from February 4th. Um, I'd like to start with the fact that we reverted back to the 50% open space preservation requirement. I know that last meeting we brought in the 15% idea because I believed that was what you all had recommended, but I must have misunderstood. And you all made the point that you like the 50% open space preservation. So we'll keep that. Um, that is on page um, that's on page 10 of that memo of the February 24th, 2026 PUD memo. You'll see the 50% is highlighted there. So that we're not changing from the existing ordinance because uh, you had confirmed you like that. Also, one thing you asked for is you asked for amendment language for PUDs. So we added on page 10 there at the bottom, that 7.09 language regarding amendments to the PUD. Then, jumping into kind of this bulleted list here, we removed references to rezonings so that PUDs would not be constituted a rezoning. We are still giving the process the same kind of route in that planning commission makes a recommendation to the township board for a decision on a PUD. However, it's not, we took away the mention of rezoning. I know that there were some questions about that. So that was one thing, that it would not be a map amendment constituting a rezoning anymore. Um, we also we also wanted to be more clear about the fact that PUDs, one of the things that are kind of at their foundation are the fact that they involve modifications to the zoning ordinance. You can kind of compare them to a variance, but not really in terms of the kind of the practical difficulty or hardship sense, but just kind of waivers or modifications from the zoning ordinance. So one thing we would just want to make clear on that page 4 was that D, that you can ask for modifications as part of a PUD. That's the whole purpose of giving flexibility, because of the fact that the PUD is there as a generally a higher quality, innovative development that can't be met through conventional zoning. And then lastly, on this memo, I want to point out the fact that we added language about the development agreement, which is pretty typical for the legislative body, the township board entering into an agreement, just ensuring that the developer and the township board are understanding of kind of the plan that's been approved, as well as, who's responsible for perhaps private or public roads and infrastructure, what phasing might look like, ensuring that the developer is aware of all conditions, and that agreement then be recorded with the county register of deeds, so that any subsequent buyer of the property is fully aware of what they need to comply with. And then we did add sorry, I didn't cover it in the memo. We added text about expiration of a PUD. So when it expires, because of lack of initiation of work or whatnot. So that was PUD. I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the PUD revisions from last meeting.
So if there is an existing PUD, but it hasn't been implemented in several years, can that be dissolved or?
Yeah, I mean, it should expire. You should have language in
Page
your
11
ordinance that
page
would
11.
expire it.
Down at the bottom is page 11.
And I provided that
Yeah.
language in the ordinance. It's not in your ordinance currently, though. So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I mean. There is one. So
Oh,
if there
okay.
is one already and if.
Legally, that's a good question. I would defer to your township attorney on if this expiration language would pertain to a PUD that's been granted approval pursuant to the old ordinance.
Okay.
So if I'm not mistaken, they amended, or they did a map amendment with the PUD that was approved, or I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, Denise.
On Elk Lake Road.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they zoned it PUD, I believe, so they rezoned it PUD when they approved it, so that may be part of the larger legal question for the attorney. Well, what happens to that?
Yeah, we can check with the attorney too on what the map will look like when we amend the zoning map as part of this whole rewrite process. I'm sure, because we're doing it for the overlay, if we need to amend the map to remove PUD designations of past approvals, although they would remain on the record as a PUD, they just wouldn't be perhaps reflected on the map as a PUD anymore. So that is a good question that we can figure out on the side. I don't think that changes the kind of the text as drafted, though, if that makes sense.
I didn't hear what you said. Could you?
I don't think that changes the spirit of the text that has been drafted and provided you tonight. So if you are satisfied with tonight's draft, um, and any of the drafts tonight of the 4 topics we're discussing, you can move towards a public hearing if you would like to set a public hearing.
On page 14, the 7.06 minimum lot dimensions, I don't understand B, without common or municipal sewage disposal services or water supply. The planning commission may allow for lots or units to be a minimum of 2,000 square feet with 100 feet of road frontage. Is that like the private roads within like the PUD, or is that the major primary and secondary roads? Or I'm not
That's
sure.
that's actually in your current language, but we did not go with that for the future language. Or no, yeah, we did. Sorry. We provide that in section, yeah, section. So on page,
7.06.
yeah, page 9.
7.06.
Yeah, so that would be um sorry, your question again.
It was 7.06 minimum lot dimensions in
Yeah.
PUDs. B, without common sewage or water supply, that they could, with a minimum of 20,000 square feet, 100 feet of road frontage. And I was wondering if that was within the PUD, or it's a primary or secondary road frontage.
I think that would be that would be that's a good question. I think that would be just if the PUD is one lot itself, just a standalone single lot, it would apply to one lot. But if it is like associated with a let's say a condominium where there's separate lots or units being parceled out, I would think that it would also pertain to any subsequent individual ones. Um, is that how that's been applied, do you know, in the past? Because that is existing language.
Do you think does it have to do with the leach field? Because it says, so that one's B, but on C, it's reducing down to 12,000 square feet. If you have,
Yeah.
if you have municipal sewage and water supply, it's,
Mhm.
it's probably that separation of leach field and well. So they're requiring more land.
It's definitely
I-
there to incentivize
the
smaller
To the
lots.
frontage?
Yeah.
Frontage.
Yeah.
It would probably have to, it would probably have, unless it was just a single lot, it would probably have to be whatever the planned road is within the development, wouldn't it?
I would hope so, but I don't, that's
Is
why.
that clear?
It's not clear to me.
Yeah, and
I'm just saying.
they use the word may in there as well. The planning commission may allow.
Yeah. It's
So
giving you
that's
discretion to reduce
giving you
it.
discretion. Yep.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
Page 14. 14. 14, okay.
yeah, I think that would just pertain to, yeah, if you are doing a condominium, then the subsequent lots would also follow it. Um, I mean, if it would be helpful, we can definitely make that clear.
I think it's giving us enough leeway with using that wording.
Yeah, and the may does help because it kind of guides you of kind of
Right.
where you should be,
Okay.
kind of your limits of what you should be reducing it to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting though, because couldn't you have a development where they have a septic system that serves multiple properties? Miami Beach and yeah, and so then you're still being, you could still be required for this 20,000 square feet with 100 feet of road frontage, but you don't actually have a septic field on your property. It's more of a centralized one.
Yeah, if you go down to D, it's the common, or sorry. What was that?
What are you looking at?
Sorry.
C with common sewage.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
C goes
You
to
could go down
common
to 8.
municipal,
Okay.
common or municipal sewage.
Yeah, common, that's a good point.
Okay.
Right, so that's that shared deal.
Mhm.
Thanks.
M72 has a common water, but no sewer.
Okay.
Yeah, old M72 coming from the casino
Mhm.
to the school, there's common water there.
So Andy, I think I sent you the information that Michael had come up with. Regarding like open space and more of a tiered approach. I think that applies to this part of the bundle. You remember seeing that?
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't want to talk about it too much in just an email, just because it's obviously it should be discussed by the commission.
Mhm.
So I mean, if that's a direction you need to go, you wish to go, then we could try to work that in and then just, not move towards a public hearing yet because we need to accommodate for that change.
What are your thoughts on it?
I think right now we're meeting some open space. You're sticking with the 50. Let me see if I can find that document real quick. I was kind of having a tough time reading it too at times. Let's see here. Yeah, because I don't know where that's supposed to apply. So I see that there's a header that says recommended open space framework, parentheses revised. Um,
We're talking about your,
Oh, okay.
so
a
I don't know. If
tiered system
timing.
with a moderate baseline and clear adjustment factors. Um, so this is just saying it should. So instead of doing the lot reductions you just that was just asked about, we would then perhaps I'm trying to read of where we would apply this. Is there a section reference that this would be applied to?
I don't even know where we're talking.
Okay.
Sorry.
So
Do you want to go to the conclusion?
we're on page 32.
Yep.
This is material you
Yep,
emailed to
yep.
everybody about the open space. Which I understand to be trying to look at a tiered system of open space rather than
Yeah.
a statement that shall preserve at least 50% of the parcel.
Yeah, instead of it being just a static number, having somewhat of a
What
matrix of,
number? Just so that I can mark it in the ordinance. What reference are you talking about?
What section of this?
well, whatever's referencing the 50% minimum, I guess, would be the language.
So the open space.
That I think we had a discussion regarding 15% and 50%. And
Yeah.
so the language that I researched and submitted kind of took several, instead of it just being us deciding on something between 15% and 50%, there should be more of well, my opinion is there should be considerations with whatever the application is that can move that number based on several factors of the application. And more or less open area would be required. I think the minimum that I had in my criteria was 30%, I believe.
Yes.
Depending on water and sewer on site, depending on natural areas or wetlands that are there, depending on the acreage size. I mean, there's a lot of different variables that each property I think would dictate what that open space would be versus just having one section that says a minimum of X.
Yeah.
And
Okay. We could write that. I know Planning Commission just said they like the 50% though, and none of these ever get you to 50%. They're a little bit less. They're 30 to 40, so we just want to make sure that that's
well,
okay.
and I might be confused, but I thought the discussion was someone wasn't comfortable with 50%. They thought that was too high. And there was I thought on the table was something to do at least 15%.
Yeah.
And then I was asked to kind of look at a middle ground or some language that would help to be more I believe it's more comprehensive when you're considering the different variables of the site and how it dictates what that open space is versus, again, just us deciding on 45% or 40 or 50. I think the slope of certain areas on the property, I think there's a lot of things that would dictate whether there should be more or less open space.
So you can actually get to 50. For example, if you do the environmental feature adjustment, you can get an additional, it's incentivized basically, right? You can get
Correct.
an additional 10% of open space if you have, wetlands, slopes, shorelines.
The design and the natural characteristics of the site itself can get you higher open space if it's appropriate.
Yeah, require more open space, I think is the key term, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And I think the criteria that I had on that really moved the needle were obviously if you have public water and sewer, you're not required to have septic and that on the site.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand with the discussion we just had about yeah. So I think that we could write that in if that's definitely something you're interested in.
I mean, I
A.
submitted it for the commission to consider.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys agree with it or not, but that it was sort of a middle ground is what I thought.
I'm a little confused though, because then in here, open space configuration standards, the recommendation is a minimum of 65% in contiguous blocks.
Well, I think you could go up to that, but you'd have to like have the perfect site and the perfect design. I mean, that's why it's a moving
Okay, so
scale.
with the incentives, you could get to the 65.
Yes, I
Oh,
think
okay.
that's what that's
Okay.
saying, yes.
I was kind of confused by the 65 too, because it did say there was the density standard below it too, which seemed to move towards that 65. However, I have a problem. It doesn't seem like it's an incentive. I mean, yeah, I guess the incentive is you can provide perhaps more units if you're preserving up to 65%, so above and beyond.
Yes.
But we
So
just need to tie that.
Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't understand that.
Yep. So if you have a very efficient sort of high density, you get more density in a smaller area if you provide more open space, as long as it's reasonable, I guess.
So yeah, so providing 65 plus, I think really what the header of open space configuration standards and density incentive structure parentheses updated is intending to do is give you more density if you're preserving 65% plus.
Correct.
And not more density perhaps on would it be density perhaps on for the overall gross property calculation, or would it be a higher density in that net acreage after open space is reduced? Because I think those are two different things.
I think it's for the total
growth.
site.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the way the planning commission agreed to 2 meetings ago was allow for the clustering to give you more density to give you density within net areas, but never exceed really the gross acreage of the site was kind of, or the gross density of what could be built throughout the site.
Right, residential mix.
Yes.
Yeah, so that it was just really about rearranging the home sites on the property.
Yeah, clustering rather than density increase, I think is kind of the right term.
Right, and then we
Clustering.
included some graphics in the packet there to help illustrate that. Yeah, since they were, for those who don't live and breathe this stuff.
Do you like, so does everybody like the 65? When you are preserving 65 plus, we can put in further clustering. We might actually already have that. I'm just kind of looking as I speak to you right now. So in our current C, on page 9 of our packet, the current C, subsection C residential density. On the third subparagraph in blue, I should share my screen. I should do it on my screen. Sorry, I'm reading in a different tab. Right here. We have the maximum number of allowable units in the A1, RC, R2, or R3 shall not we put this blanket density maximum in there.
Well, it's not neutral, right? Isn't that what that means?
Forgot about that, we're allowing a little bit more to try to incentivize this.
Yeah.
Which I think is
Yes,
a
we
good
did
idea.
do
I'm
this.
not opposed to that at all. I think we want developers to use this tool. And if there's incentive to be built in, then that's great.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time. We stuck with just the 120% just because it's an easy calculation for both the zoning administrator or the developer. We showed you those parallel plans. For the condos, though, I mean, this might be discussion for the condo section because in the condo section is where we did the fact that you can cluster, but your gross acreage can't exceed the or your density can't exceed of what you could do under the gross acreage. So I'm almost thinking that the submitted feedback for open space configuration standards might actually work better for the condos, for the cluster option within the condo section of our memos. Would that make sense? I think we're kind of blurring two lines here because we did the blanket density for PUDs right here last meeting. But for condos, and I'm just going to skip ahead real quick. For condos, we do the residential cluster, and we allow for clustering as long as the density of the gross lot is not exceeded of what would be done conventionally. And I think that's where this 65% could kick in, perhaps.
I think that's a good point. We're likely to see more condo developments than we are PUDs, so that makes it more likely to implement.
So I think if you like the 65% incentive that was proposed in the supplemental material, I think that might actually be something that works better in the condo standards.
Okay.
But I do think that what was prior in the supplemental material, the A through C, the A base minimum open space requirement, B parcel size adjustment, and C environmental feature adjustment. I wonder if those we could plug in rather easily to the PUD. Yeah, but that C, the environmental feature adjustment might work better in the condo clustering as well. I like having, and this is just my professional recommendation, I like having an easy blanket density increase for the PUD like we provided, the 120, just because I think it's easily readable by the developer as well as the zoning administrator who's processing your plans and sending them, putting them on your agenda. Um, but I do get that we want to try to uniquely incentivize clustering for our site condominium, for our single family site condominiums and probably those lower density residential site condominium developments. So I do like the supplemental material that was provided, especially after discussing with you all and kind of understanding the intents. And I think maybe we can try to put that in the condos. Does that make sense preliminarily?
It does to
I
me.
think so.
Okay. I'm gonna just take a note of that here. Um, okay. Um, Anything else on PUDs while we're here? Anything else from, I think we covered two main points of the supplemental material, the open space framework of A through C, plus the density, open space configuration standards with density incentives. Um, I think that was most of it. I think the rest of the material was kind of summarizing the potential actions.
Oh, there was one, the natural features inventory requirement.
Mm-hmm.
Is that do we already have something like that?
We're kind of doing that when we define in our second, so the second memo that we discussed today is the development process.
Okay.
We define the environmentally sensitive areas, and I know we discussed that last meeting. I think I think we should discuss that there when we
Okay.
get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Anything else on PUDs as proposed? I think if we move towards putting this supplemental material direction into condos, I think the feedback about PUDs might be rather short and it might be close to ready for public hearing, but I'll leave that to your review.
I didn't have anything else, did you?
I don't, I think, we can still make adjustments during the public hearing.
Yeah.
So staff is 100% final, but we're just like the winery ordinance pretty far along.
Yeah, you can definitely make some I definitely recommend them being rather minor, but we can definitely do that, next meeting if you do want to wish to set the public hearing for this one.
Set the public hearing for the next meeting on this. Is he frozen? Andy?
Yeah, you could. We would have it ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if not, I guess that's fine. I'm just trying to understand the
I
process.
think for PUDs as discussed tonight, we could have it ready for you for April pretty easily. If you want to wait to see what the others maybe.
Okay.
I mean, because I guess it'll be awkward if we have a public hearing for one of them, but maybe are still working on policy for the others. I don't know. If we want to do all four at one meeting, that might just be the most efficient use of our time. But so maybe save a motion until we've gone through the other four.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like the idea of doing all four together, but
Okay. Deb, do we have any more No? Okay. No public hearings that we need for April?
Not right now.
Okay.
All right, I can move to development process if we want to do that now.
Okay.
All right, again, I think this is a little bit less than what was changed in the PUD. So first of all, I'm just scrolling to the place in the memo where we recap a few of these revisions. The first one was the environmentally sensitive, and this is the memo for development process. Um, the first change was the environmentally sensitive area definition. You provided some comments uh, about that last meeting, and especially revolving around the woodlands. We all kind of agreed that woodlands might be difficult to define and administer and quantify without some super thorough survey work being done on the property. Um, so for now, I think we just might want to omit it for now. It it might be something we discuss again in bundle 3 because we propose discussing environmentally sensitive standards in bundle 3. This is just for the site plan purpose. So this is just guiding right now. This is just guiding. It's a prompter. It's a way to prompt. It's kind of an applicability use of your ordinance where you review certain site plans that are within an environmentally sensitive area as defined, and here's that definition. That could change when we review the environmentally sensitive standards themselves in bundle 3. But this is right now just setting an area that planning commission reviews site plans uh, regarding. So let's say there's something that's usually reviewed by the zoning administrator, like an accessory structure, but it's going in a land within 100 feet of a water body, water course. Um, that would actually then be in your hands, the planning commission's hands, rather than the zoning administrators, because it's being proposed in an environmentally sensitive area. So this isn't the end of the use of this term throughout any sense of this zoning rewrite project. This is just kind of the applicability for site plans, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I sort of hate to let go of it.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would mention in the condominium material, there is that mention of doing an inventory of woodlots as part of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yeah,
so-
now I think there is that idea on the table again. So there's a second place it would be considered.
Mhm.
So I think that's existing in there as doesn't call it out specifically as environmentally sensitive areas. It just asks the developer to identify areas where there's woodlots.
Mm-hmm. I do kind of have some concern requiring them to identify, I guess, too much if we don't have direction on like what to do with it, if that makes sense. So I think right now why we got rid of the woodlands for site plan is we didn't really know how we were going to, I guess, regulate what woodland preservation or tree replacement or anything like that yet. So it just seemed really cumbersome to just require it on a survey as part of just to see if you need to go through planning commission site plan review or zoning administrator site plan review. If we can, I guess if we can link it in our condo standards to getting kind of a result out of it, such as density, or like a
Open space.
yeah, open space or clustering incentive, then I think, yeah, that's a good idea. And then we can, you know, there's a true meaning towards asking for it as part of their plans.
Okay.
Does that
And-
make sense?
there's another discussion, and you guys may have had it already, but when I think of woodlands, I also think of the Pere Marquette State Forest. And there are some requirements by the state for adjacency and boundaries and setbacks and such. And I'm not sure I've ever seen anything in Whitewater Township that specifically deals with property development adjacent to the state forest. So it will come up. There are parcels that exist, throughout that state forest. So that would be one that comes to mind that should be developed as, it's a standard site preparation, site review.
That's a good point. If there's already a document by the state that recognizes the woodlands belonging to the forest, then perhaps that's an easy add-in and we just do it that way.
At
Without
least
saying the
get you
whole
started.
50% tree canopy rule or anything like that.
Mhm.
We can look into that. I think that's a good idea. Okay, I took a note there. We made a couple minor changes here. We defined the flood hazard area, so the area that's within the 100-year floodplain by the firm maps, so that can be adhered to. And we also made the regulated wetlands, so wetlands that are regulated by the state of Michigan. I'm gonna go back to the memo real quick. The next one was everybody agreed that we should increase the threshold for accessory buildings having zoning administrator review to 1,200 square feet. So anything 1,200 square feet or less of an accessory building would be zoning administrator review. Again, that's unless it falls within the environmentally sensitive area or any other reason is prompted to require your review. But just a standalone building in itself, meeting all other zoning standards, the zoning administrator would review it if it's under 1,200 square feet. That change is accounted for on page 12 of the memo.
And that would be 1,200 or less, right?
Yeah,
Not under
1,200 or
1,200.
less would be
It
zoning
says
administrator.
not to exceed 1,200.
Yep. So yeah, 1,200 would be your zoning administrator review. Anything exceeding it would be planning commission. The next key change was oh yeah, we just wanted to connect the dots between site plan review and land use permits. I think the lesson from last meeting was that Deb really knows what she's doing, but if Deb went on vacation or won the lottery, then we would all be in trouble. So we really wanted to make sure that we know what the land use permit is, and when it's prompted and connecting the dots between the instances that require site plan review and then the applicant then needs to proceed to land use permit. So we made that change on page 14. Upon issuance of a final site plan or plot plan approval in accordance with this article, a land use permit shall be applied for by the applicant and issued prior to any construction or occupancy related to the development in accordance with Article 19. And in Article 19, I don't think we changed anything since last meeting. Actually we did. We did add a couple things. We added expiration, but we also added a first sentence on page 30 kind of connecting the other part of that dot from that chapter to this one, or from Article 12 to Article 19, I should say, and then added the expiration that land use permits expire out. But if they belong and are governed by a site plan already, then those expiration requirements would rule, if that makes sense.
So can I pick your brain as like a 50,000 foot view of the from site plan approval to land use? What are the timelines? So you get a site plan approval. What is the duration of that within this language?
Yeah, so in the proposed language for site plan review, and I don't know if we even changed it. I need to yeah, we did change it because we changed it was actually a couple meetings ago. We entered into the changes to 12.07 failure to initiate construction on page 10. We said that the site plan or plot plan approval expires out if the construction does not commence within 1 year of the approval.
Okay.
You can extend it with planning commission approval for the 1 year.
Okay. And then that goes into a land use permit eventually. And what is the timeline on land use? Is that
Yep. So
6
then,
months?
yeah. So then well, no, we're doing 1 year again. So
Okay.
if it's a land use permit that wasn't subject to site plan review or plot plan review, it follows the 1 year as well. And then they need to occupy it uh, within 2 years
2
of the
years.
land
Okay.
use permit.
So it's a 2 year time frame from the time
Yeah.
you have a site plan and a land use permit. You have to be done at the end of 2 years.
It'll really be 2 years either way, is if planning commission grants the 1 year extension for site plans. But again, for the most part, your site plan and plot plan review expiration requirements will prevail because most things will, sorry, I'm not going to say most. Some land use permits are already going to be governed by that site plan and plot plan review. So there's no need to have two separate requirements for those instances. But we added this new F on page 31 for the expiration of use permits that were not subject to such review. I think those could be things like what fences, that could be a use change that was permitted by right that did not undergo any kind of site plan review or plot plan review or anything like that. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the instances that could be. Maybe Deb could clarify that. Instances that require land use permits but never went through site plan or plot plan review.
She's thinking.
I'm trying to think what I'm thinking we're talking about a business of some sort, right? So I'm
Yeah,
thinking
I
of
mean, it
High
could
Point
be.
Golf Course, for example. It was approved by the Planning Commission 2 years ago for their site plan. They were given a land use permit to build their lodge and their clubhouse. The clubhouse the foundation's been started, but they're coming up on that 2 year and they're not going to be occupying that within 2 years of that site plan approval. So I'm going over based on the old plan, and since it was started, it's going to move forward. But under what the new that you're talking about, they would have needed to probably come back and make sure that they get an extension for a year.
If they had never started construction, they would need the extension after a year. I guess is the bigger concern, do we need to put a timeline in site plan review for completion of construction? Is that the bigger issue?
I kind of think it's more of a judgment call. I mean, if they start the construction and they're moving forward, I think the momentum going forward should be enough to keep the process going. But if it needs to come back to the planning commission, that would need to be documented. So if it's
Okay.
been 2 years and they've only got the project half done, do they need to come back? Like they got their lodges done, but they had
Yeah.
not started, they just did the foundation, but we have a shorter window for getting cement poured and a few other things. And I think we need to be,
So
cognizant of that as well.
I've seen that language in zoning before where it's a pause in construction of too long could warrant expiration. Is that the concern then, maybe? If there's a pause of inactivity for 2 or 3 years, does that warrant expiration? I think we got to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
a
you're
little
so you're
flexible.
both touching, Andy, you're both touching on some things. I owed this commission some language which I sent out late, unfortunately. And oh, it did. Okay. So oh, you did. Okay. But and you'll eventually see this, but I agree there's some sections that should possibly be added to 19 to define construction activity and completion. These just firm up
Yeah.
and like you said, Deb might be retired soon or something or win the
Mhm.
lotto.
Yeah.
And she says there's a judgment call, but that's her judgment versus someone else. And we want to cover this. So there's several sections that I believe if you added, it would firm up and it benefits everybody because it really
Yeah.
defines this. So construction activity and completion. I have a section of phase development because then you treat each phase as sort of its own project instead of just conflating them all together and then you don't know the timelines at that point.
Hmm.
I think that inactive and abandoned projects is a big thing that we should have in this because that happens a lot. And then you know, there's reasons why projects become inactive or abandoned, and that adds to timelines. But if you don't define what happens when that happens, then it's a judgment call, and we want to get away from judgment calls, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna break in just for a
Yep.
second because we need to have a motion to extend the meeting beyond the 3-hour mark.
I move to extend the meeting past the 3-hour mark.
Yes, we can take a quick break. Should we let Michael finish with what he was talking about first?
And I'll keep,
Okay.
yeah, I'm almost done. And
Hang on, we need a second to extend the meeting beyond the 3-hour break.
Second the motion.
Rod seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, let's, is it okay? Let's let Michael finish with what he was talking about and then we'll take a short break.
And in this supplemental that you'll see definitions like definition of substantial construction that defines when it's actually happening. Like I said, the phased, you could have some seasonal type considerations because of weather. And then I did a flow chart, which is consistent with kind of the timelines you overviewed. So I would just say, look at some of the provisions that I suggested and then some of the definitions within those that just firm up what I think everybody wants. So.
Andy, I
Okay.
sent it to you earlier, but I just resent it to you
Yeah.
again and I put a little cover on it. So it's
Okay.
in your
Thank
email
you.
twice.
Yeah.
And I
Thank
sent
you.
it to all the PC members when Michael sent it to me earlier today, but I
Yeah,
just got it today.
I did scan it. It's kind of hard prepping for the meeting to try to coordinate it all and put it in my mind and then regurgitate it out to you tonight. But thank you for the due care. We appreciate that. I definitely agree with your point on substantial construction that should be defined. And I do agree with there should be some language for phasing, allowing for a second or third phase as long as it's defined and made clear in the review and in your site plan review, what the expectations are of these phases are. That should be something that can be approved. And perhaps the pause or construction abandonment maximum should be put into here. And maybe is 3 years. I've seen 3 years before be a a time frame there. I think 1 year is a little harsh because sometimes there's funding, sometimes there's hiccups. I mean, I think you want to be flexible for somebody that's already probably dumped, hundreds of thousands of dollars into a project. Uh, but maybe 3 years is a more realistic, true, they're walking away from it. Or they need to reapply to get the planning commission's updated current, review on the books. What are those thoughts about a time frame?
Helpful.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I think that's helpful, but I do think that this will take a little bit of work, so I do think that maybe what you see here would not be ready for a public hearing yet, just because you're gonna see some stuff for the first time. Is that okay? I mean,
Yeah.
what's your comfort level, planning commission?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Do we want to move on to the COPUD real quick then? I think
We're gonna
COPUD.
take a break.
Okay, take a
Yeah,
break.
we're just gonna take a quick break.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll be around. I see everybody looking, but I think you're muted, so I hope you aren't expecting me to start again yet. You are still muted, but I see you nodding.
Live back to the public.
All right, Andy, we're back.
Okay, great. So, let's just hit the CoPUD real quick. I'm going to share my screen again. Do you see that?
It's coming up here in just a sec. There you go.
Okay. Good. So this one should be rather easy. The only change we made was removing the frontage sidewalk requirement. So everything else was the same language you saw last meeting. We also made a reference to the zoning map eventually, so just so that people can actually view the zoning map to see what this will look like. Uh, Commissioner Milnick did provide a map. Did you provide that to the planning commission members as well?
I don't think I did. Not a hard copy, but can we show them we have the original one?
Yeah, do you want me to share my screen for it?
Yeah, you would please, or
Okay.
Yeah, your screen is shared now, so you can
Yeah,
find it and
let
go.
me just
And then if you need to
alter.
zoom in too, Andy, you can do that as well.
Yeah, let me pick the right window. Okay. So this is the map that Commissioner Milnick shared with me. I mean, does this look like it
yes,
suffices in terms of
Oh, is this
the
yeah. So
properties on M72 from the
Mhm.
western boundary to, is that Cook Road? Remind
Yeah.
me of
Yeah.
that. Yep, to Cook Road.
Yes.
So that's what it would look like. Just every parcel fronting it. Um, and except for the village, because we want to make sure the village, the V1 is behind here. We want to make sure that V1 is following the village standards,
Right,
the village district, without overlays involved.
right. So the line's rather thick there, but that's the intention, is to follow the property lines of all the parcels that front on M72 directly. Rather than the 500-foot marker that we had before, because that created a lot of basically split zone parcels again and more problematic. So anyway, I'll distribute this to the, I don't think it's done. I think it needs a lot of eyes on it, and but we need to replace essentially that legal description that's in the ordinance now with a map amendment that would look like this or something like
Yep.
this.
Yep. So the map amendment would accompany the text amendment. So we would need to, appropriately notice for that and everything as well.
Okay.
What's nice is that I don't think you were ever, the 500-foot thing, not many of these lots appear to be that much further than 500 foot deep. So it really does make sense to use the frontage, in my opinion. You don't have any really deep lots that are extraordinary here, in my opinion. So it fits in nicely in my opinion.
Yeah, and it avoids doing the areas, outside the railroad tracks, the abandoned railroad tracks that are along the
Hmm.
north side of 72. We're staying south of all that, and
Yep.
but still capturing the large commercial areas by Cook Road.
Yeah.
It also eliminates a lot of text amendments for these maps on all those properties if people want to get those split zones fixed. So I'm sure there's a lot of
Yeah.
property owners that'll appreciate it too.
True. So yeah, I'll work with uh I'll work with Commissioner Milnick on the side on kind of how we end up the language for the public notice and whatnot if the public hearing is intended soon. But maybe we move to a later date anyways because the development process we need to update the text there. So maybe we're not ready for any public hearings till April. But I'll let that be your decision.
May.
Yeah, maybe save them for May. Okay.
Yeah.
A hearing in May.
All right.
We'd have our
But
April meeting to finalize it, schedule the hearing for May.
I mean, I think if you're good, we could just finalize this now, and really what we worry about is just kind of the notice language, but that's kind of probably more of a staff thing than anything the planning commission needs to approve, right? So I mean, if you're comfortable with this language now, I think, we could just even leave it off April's agenda with the understanding that it's ready for May. Would that make sense?
Oh,
Or
you
would
mean
you
not,
just like to see it again?
not go through it again with you at the April
Yeah,
meeting?
I mean, not go through it again if you're content with it now. I know that the changes from last meeting were extremely minimal. Um,
Okay, so you just, but, so we're still doing all four sections together with one public hearing.
yeah. So I mean, I don't see a need to re-review this in April if we're just going
Okay.
to
Okay.
slot it for the May public hearing, right?
The only thing I would like would be the planning commission members to look at this map in detail. It's the first time you're seeing it, so
Okay.
there could be a change.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe our memo could just simply be, as a reminder, we're saving the language for public hearing for May. Please refer to the map in. Yep.
Is there only one overlay map intended for now?
Yes,
Okay.
there's just one overlay, right? This is-
Yeah. There's currently the four properties that are regulated by the current COPUD. But that being said, what we would be, I mean, we'd be instituting new standards for them to follow at a later date if they ever were to redevelop or anything like that, as would be the case for any other property fronting M72. So it's not really like we're posing them a unique problem for them to reckon with themselves at an unfair advantage. It's the whole corridor would be bound to M72's corridor overlay.
Thank you.
All right, I can move on to the condo standards then, if everybody's ready.
I'm on page 91 of the packet, or page 5 of access management,
Yeah.
6.08. The D3, such pedestrian crosswalk shall provide the connection between the frontage sidewalk, 6.0B, and you had removed that.
Yeah, good point. So we
Okay.
could
Just
just delete that whole requirement altogether. It was a way
okay.
to make the access management area, the shared access drives be crossable. But if you're not requiring that pedestrian connection anyways, it would be a crosswalk to nowhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good point. Yep, we can remove that. And that could be instituted at a later date. I think that was kind of the thought for everybody, maybe you require a pedestrian frontage public sidewalk at a later date, but for now, let's keep it simple. So I can remove that one.
Good.
All right. So jumping to condo standards now. Um, we'll get to what was provided by the supplemental material in a minute. And I think I have general notes on what we'll want to do there anyways. But for the big change from last meeting was that for the net parcel area, we moved towards just taking an automatic 15% out of the gross parcel acreage for the purpose of public or private streets rights of way. Um, that way you're not going and measuring the geometric area of these, and sometimes these aren't fully developed because of phasing yet. So just instead of trying to take these measurements very literal at a stage that's still maybe in the process of being planned, we just take a 15% measure out of the gross parcel acreage instead. So that was the key That was the key change from last meeting, as well as the suggestion that septic fields should not be considered open space. So we took septic fields out of being the we're excluding them from open space. You'll see that change on page 7. Those are the key ones. Any other questions on just the simple changes that were made since last meeting? I think maybe we can jump into any quick ideas about the supplemental material real quick. Otherwise, if you trust me, I can maybe go ahead and start trying to batch it into the text myself. I know that we're getting kind of late.
I had one question. It's in blue, so it's from a previous review on your page 6, or page 105. D5, lands to be included within permanently dedicated open space. And I just thought it was interesting that we talk about lands to be included and then immediately say may not include areas containing blah, 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 but may include detention or retention facilities, because then in the second paragraph, we talk about land excluded from consideration of open space. So I was wondering if that should be in the excluded part instead of in the included part.
That's a good point. It does seem a little bit repetitive. I think maybe we just take these features and put them into the excluded. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. And just get rid of 5, but all those items, the
But
containing or
it does
impacting.
include detention and retention, so
Oh, yeah.
so I don't think you can completely get rid of it.
Yeah, but those two parts can be kind of split up and allocated accordingly.
Okay.
The detention and retention could go into I'll find a place to put it, but everything else in that list on 5 could go towards that land excluded below, right? That's kind of the thought.
Okay. Do we want to talk about the incentivizing, or let Andy take a shot at it and come back?
If you're agree about moving to the resolution.
Yeah.
I trust Andy to move it over.
Yeah, I do too. Okay.
Do you just want to mention it to him other than us talk about it?
Oh, so you said that you would take a shot at moving
Yeah,
the
the cluster. Yeah,
and we don't need to go through it with you right now, then I don't think.
sounds good. I'll probably put it somewhere in this C2. So somewhere in here, you'll see that.
Okay,
All right.
great. Thank you so much.
All right. I think that's it for today. So we'll see you in April and
Yeah.
hopefully
Thank you
see,
for,
keep moving forward. So thank you very
thank you
much
for
for the time
working
tonight.
late.
Yep, no problem. Glad you had a good session with MAP, Deb. So all right, take care. See you next week.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Do we have a private roads ordinance update?
It has been given to the township board. The township board decided to take it to legal. And it's in that process right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so PC bylaws update. And Denise was kind enough to work. Oh, no, you ended up doing it, didn't you? Denise started and I think Brandy finished. No.
Well, I guess that kind of ties into the binders that you all have here too, that you have. There's the current version, as well as copies of the Michigan Planning and Zoning and I know we talked about this before, but I don't know if people want to have a printed version of the zoning ordinance to have in the binder as well. there's room to do that. I know Deb has made some copies available here, but that doesn't help you at home. If you're looking at something preparing for a meeting, if you want a printed version of a zoning ordinance, we'll get it for you.
Do you want a show of hands or?
Let me know who wants one.
So if you'd like a copy of the zoning ordinance to put in your notebook.
I have one that's from here that I probably should return. I just hanging around. So, yes, I would like one.
I would too.
Yeah, yeah, I think that would be great because I have a couple of reiterations of it.
It's not
I know,
the whole thing.
there's old copies floating around and.
Yeah.
It just
I think
concerns
it
me.
should be updated.
What's that?
I think there's some that need to still be updated. So if they haven't been in the building the last last month or so, they may not be up to date
Oh,
because of the amendments that have been done. Was an amendment that was effective the end of October that I updated in December, but then the.
Oh, really? Online's all up to date though.
Yeah, online is up to date.
Beautiful.
Except there's a problem with the links on chapter 21 or something.
yeah, the links, there's no link
Okay.
for that part of the table of contents.
Fix that. I don't know what happened I think it might have been when chapter 21 was amended.
It's one that was amended.
Okay.
Or something got changed in that.
Okay, so this is the amended copy of our planning commission bylaws where we changed at the end of it on page, where's the end? Page 13 or page 122 of our packet is the list of changes that were made. But I actually came across something else that I thought, based on a recent conversation that I had where we talk about in 3J subcommittees. Item 3, subcommittee operations, part C, I'm sorry, D, minutes of meetings shall be prepared in the same format used by the PC and filed in the same manner as PC minutes. I think it should be minutes and agenda. I mean, that's what I'm being told now with the ROWG. So I'm thinking that we need to make that, yeah,
Bring that to the next meeting.
yeah. Do we need to do a motion?
No, I can just make a correction. If you, tell me which page and.
It's on page 115 of our
Okay.
packet.
Packet, okay.
3D.
The minutes and meetings shall be prepared.
I think it should be agendas and minutes.
Agendas and minutes, okay. I can
Does
do
that make
that.
sense, Randy?
Yeah, sure it does.
Okay.
It is. You're gonna do that then?
If I don't have to, I just thought that up because I did the last one, but
Okay.
I can do it. It's just easier for you. You have other things to do.
Oh, for fence ordinance memo. Randy really did most of this work. I'll let you talk about it.
So at the last meeting,
Oh, sorry.
the consensus was, well, the planning commission wanted to recommend denial of the fence ordinance for the reasons described in the memo. We need to dispense with this issue one way or the other, so this memo was written up. I wrote it up, and I looked at it, talked about it, changed it. And if this makes sense, this would go on to the township board.
Do we need to make a motion to bring it to the board?
Oh, I think.
He's saying yes.
No, page got missed.
Oh,
Well, I guess it just goes from, it's not anything on page 2.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a formatting issue. There's no information lost. Okay.
Or does this capture the thoughts of the planning commission? So then we need a motion to approve this.
Okay.
So that falls into the show your work category here.
Right. So I move that we recommend denial. No, we've already done that, right?
So that's what this is.
That's what this is. Okay. I move that we recommend denial of zoning amendment 2025-5 regarding the fence ordinance for the reasons listed in the memo drafted March 4th.
A second, Trumbull.
Excuse me, were you also saying something earlier a minute ago about forwarding this to the township board?
We're recommending it for denial. Yeah.
So maybe that.
And sending this memo to the town.
Motion to-
Okay.
to the township.
Okay. I move that we recommend zoning amendment 2025-5 for denial and send the our recommendation in the form of this memo to the township board. Second,
Second, Trumbull.
roll call vote.
Sure. Trumbull,
Yes.
Merchant,
Yeah.
Stratton,
Yes.
Milnick.
Yes.
I'll come back to you. German,
Yes.
Brunette, Peltonen, yes.
Hey, the annual. Oh, I put this in, oh no, here's the budget. Okay, the annual budget. It's on this, it's quite small.
Page 120.
6, yeah.
I can help with this conversation. If you-
Yeah, please. I know I made a couple of changes to it. I think my changes in bold in note 11.
So most of the items in here are self-explanatory as far as
6.
um past expenses and so forth. Probably the big number here is the professional services, and that includes a number of different vendors. It includes Leah's work on our video meetings where we charged our portion of that. It also relates to Eagle View software, which I don't know if everyone has taken advantage of that, but that's the aerial photography we can get online. And
It's at the county, right?
yeah, the county does this, but they charge us because they are flying new aerial photography all the time. And it's different than regular aerial photography in that you can look at things at an oblique angle and see the heights of buildings, and that's very helpful. If you haven't used it, let me know and we'll get you connected, or Deb can help with that too. I use it all the time. Also, recording secretary time is in there. The lion's share of that has been Giffords Webster, and also Gordy Frazier for some work on the private road ordinance, as well as reviews of did one site plan review, didn't they? If I remember right, last year. Two, okay,
Gordy Frazier.
yes.
They did two. They did one on AIS and they did a stormwater review on Grand Traverse Plastics. And those fees were escrowed, so that should be a wash in and out. I'm working with the clerk to get all that pulled together so that I can reconcile those escrow fees.
So I guess going forward, you see our number here from the past, we had $60,000. We've underspent that by a lot, although we just issued a new purchase order for Giffords Webster to continue working on this first bundle. We have also the need to do a community survey for the short-term rental, which is, I'm sure Reen will talk about that in a little bit. The challenging part of this is knowing what's next with Giffords Webster. There are, as you know, we broke things down into bundles. We're almost through first bundle, which is really the hardest, I think, in terms of these PUDs. I'm sure that's concepts that is new to some planning commission members. The thought was that we could get through bundles 2 and 3 in this coming fiscal year. Fingers crossed that the other sections, the other bundles, you remember at the very beginning of this, we had Giffords Webster review the master plan, look at that, validate everything that needed to be done. We did a survey of planning commission members to help us determine priorities. And that's how things fell into the 5 bundles, which would allow us to work through them sequentially. Taking the whole zoning rewrite would be an enormous amount of work in one big amendment. So it was thought that we'd do these bundles that would allow us to take small bites of a big elephant.
Mhm.
And so that's where we're at. So the thinking is that we could do 2 bundles. The cost of that would be about $30,000, based upon new estimates from Andy. So the total that I come up with is about $65,000 for a request. That's not much different than what's there now. The whole wild card is the surveys for
Right.
a
Short-term rental.
short-term rental survey. And if that was to be about 25, that gets us to about 65, but
So I've received 4 proposals. And they range from about 12,000 to 20,000. So
is 20 the highest number we got so
Yeah.
far? Okay.
Yep.
Well, that puts us right at 60 then, if that's
Mhm.
so. I think deserves a footnote though in that, in terms of we really get it. We need to have to dig into how we're going to do that survey. What other costs are associated with it besides professional fees? Is there postage? Is there anything
Well, we have to
else?
decide how we want to implement it as well, which would affect I mean, let's see. Two are electronic, one of those being electronic and telephone surveys. One is entirely paper, so that would have postage costs. And then the third one was a combination of paper and electronic. So
Each one of those decisions has cost implications. So
yeah, I'm not exactly, so Tim wanted us to justify the 60,000. Is that simply like this breakdown like we've got in note 11? We just need to add.
okay, so I think that I would change that. The professional service line item for Giffords Webster would be 30. Leah 1,700. Eagle View 2,250.
Leah needs to be 3,600. Because he's got 18, we've got 12 regular meetings and 6 special meetings, so at $200 a meeting.
Does that change? I'm just going you on the spot here. Does that change with the purchase of our equipment?
Matt is the one to talk to about that. He handles all the admin stuff. So.
Okay, so we need to get clarification on that. And then
Then
the recording secretary, the same thing happened, the fee versus the number of meetings didn't quite jive. So I did 12 meetings at an average of $300 and 6 at an average of $200 for a total of $4,800.
okay.
So I don't know if where the 1,250 came from. But I based it on information that Wendy had given me for the fees for the recording secretary.
Okay, so I took off the 1,250 before I saw your change to 48.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to recalculate that.
Yeah.
So it's likely to increase there for professional services.
Right. Right.
I had listed $5,000 for Gordy Fraser just as an estimate. And again, that's driven by development. If there's a site plan review that requires engineering review, then of course that's kind of a wash for the budget because the developer is paying for that.
But the private roads ordinance would have been.
Yeah, that was absorbed.
That was Gordy Fraser and that would have been in charge, but that should come out of the board's budget, not yours.
Okay.
Just
You bring that up.
It's a general ordinance.
It is.
Yeah. Can you list the note 11 cost again? That you said 30 for.
So
30,000.
professional services for Giffords Webster would be 30. For Leah, we've got 3,600 in there. We need to double check on that. Eagle View is 2,250.
And 4,800.
Recording secretary, 4,800. And then I guess 20 for the survey and 5,000 for Gordy Fraser.
Okay.
So. Yeah.
I know it's a little amount, but I did get a PO for the new maps that we're gonna have done up. And that's gonna be $150 PO that I have for new maps from Grand Traverse County and the remapping and the redrawing of lines for any land divisions and or rezonings we've done.
Okay. So that would come out of printing, right?
I would think so.
We should be able to cover that.
This time.
Okay.
And we're only gonna do it once a year.
If we do a second workshop, would that be another item under note 11?
The 275.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the, I think we've already got in, postage, we've already included like a mailing for another postcard for that.
So
So that's under postage number 728.
The mailing for the workshop, yeah, that's where the 2,000 came from. Oh, the other thing we have to check is Denise did get a new lap, but that would be from the previous
This year.
budget, right? It
Yeah,
wouldn't count
because
for this.
it
Okay,
ends, the year ends March
Okay.
31st.
right, okay.
So,
Do you have any questions?
yeah, so what is your 60,000? Is it going to stay at 60?
No, I think it's gonna shift.
You have,
Total it up.
yeah, you have 30,000, 36, 4,800, 5,000 and 20,000.
Did you get the 2,250 in there for Eagle View?
No, I did not. I'm sorry.
Is that being shared with the assessor as well?
Believe so.
I thought our share was 7,500 a year. So.
Cool.
Did you add it up? Has anybody?
Oh, no,
I did, but I don't have a calculator or anything.
Borrow mine.
Oh, I need to borrow the brain.
Oh, yeah.
Randy, what is the software support line item covering?
Probably our IT guy.
Kramer.
I just did this quickly, but I'm coming up with 65,925. I threw in the 275 for the second workshop,
That's through.
Okay.
but I would want to double check that.
Okay, I came up with a little bit more.
That's.
You came up with more?
If I add in the 275.
Okay. Okay, do we need to, we're just discussing this, right? It's not,
Yes.
okay. Then we can move on to the annual report.
Yes.
I don't know if everybody had a chance to read the annual report. With special thanks to Mike Jacobson, since he's in the audience, for his service, as well as Al Keaton, David Bosler, and the ROWG. Did anybody have anything? Oh, I know Denise had talked about including Deb's pie chart for.
Oh, yeah, from your
annual
the
report.
activity, yeah.
Mhm.
A couple of charts.
Okay.
Yeah. If you don't mind, a plate.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Found on the share drive.
And then, I guess I'd like some feedback on the goals that I listed. That's on page 130. Continued research and collection of public input on short-term rentals, continued development and public review of the winery and tasting room special use ordinance, develop a capital improvement plan, research and create an outdoor venue ordinance, review of existing noise ordinance in relation to short-term rentals and outdoor venues, and review I put possible, but they're actually, we already have a stormwater ordinance? No, we don't. Okay, so possible is correct then.
Have referenced it to addressing stormwater in the zoning
Yeah.
ordinance. There's no specific ordinance for that.
Okay. Does anybody have anything they want to add to our goals?
Is our goal for short-term rental to continue to research and select it, or is it also to develop an ordinance this year?
Well, yeah, hopefully we'll be developing an ordinance. I mean, but we still haven't even figured out if we're actually going to, it's not a sure thing, right? So,
I think add noise ordinance to that list. Is it in there?
so I've got review
it's
of existing noise ordinance. Yeah.
That stormwater one's difficult. I did research on that one. I'll share it with everyone now. I don't need to get into it right now. It's late enough.
Do you have a goal on there just to touch base and take a look at the master plan and make sure there's no revisions that need to be made in it?
So review the master plan.
Just high level. Massage it a little, make sure there aren't any glare in areas. Please.
And then did we want to add review that?
Nope, it's in there.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Okay, review master plan for any possible revision. What's that?
So my tired eyes missed it.
Great. Yeah. Okay, so we'll add some of Deb's annual report, and then I'm modifying the goals to include a review of the master plan for possible revisions.
That's supposed to happen after 5 years. I mean, there's a mandatory review of the master plan after 5 years.
Which we're not at, but
No.
is it okay to have an intermediate one?
Yeah.
Look at it.
Yeah, just
Okay. All right, so I'll make those changes, and then is this something that we have to have a motion on to send it on to the board?
I think so.
Okay,
send.
the annual report.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, so I don't know if everybody wants to see it again after we've added, Deb's, and Deb shared her annual report with us, so you can see her charts and graphs. So I don't know if we need to take a look at this again with the revisions in April.
Many revisions.
I think so.
No.
Okay,
I wouldn't do that. I mean, just.
so can I have a motion to?
Before we
Yeah.
get to that, I'm just wondering if we're still struggling with managing our budget. It sounds historically we've underspent. I wonder if that's something that should be a goal, that there's more attention
To tighten
manage.
up the budget?
Yes, make it part of a formal review, quarterly, whatever, but
One thought along that line would be to have a executive committee of the officers of the planning commission look at the budget. You know, and just,
yeah.
you know, I've seen that happen where there's an executive committee or if there's reviewing the budget.
Okay, so review of annual budget by executive committee. Quarterly? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and use your microphone there. Thanks.
Sorry. But if you do it quarterly, at least you're staying on track. Are we a quarter of the way there? Have we exhausted it? Do we need to shift money within our budget?
Okay,
I think Rod Reban made that comment too.
Okay, so I've got, so I'm adding quarterly review of annual budget by executive committee to our goals. Okay. All right, so I need a motion to forward our annual report with the amendments we just mentioned.
2025 in.
Our 2025 annual report. And would anybody care to make that motion?
I'll make the motion to approve the amended annual report and forward to the township board.
Second,
Pelton and seconds.
do we need a roll call vote? Or can we just do? Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did I hear from everyone? Or else I'm getting really, okay. All right, the motion passes. So, new business. Oh, so the community workshop, report from MSU Extension is included in your packet for you to take a look at. Please spend some time with it. They have very nicely summarized the public input from the workshop. And we will use that to help inform the survey questions and move forward with the short-term rentals. Let's see. Don't have any new business. Our next meeting is April 1st. Public comment.
Do we, I'm sorry, just a follow-up question. Are we going to post that report on the website?
Yeah, it's been sent to the clerk for posting. Mike, did you want to make a comment?
I'd like to make two comments tonight. The first one pertains to the wineries and tasting room. Mike Jacobson, Ski Point Road. And please, there's no offense is meant in this comment, but I've lived here my whole life. I've seen the changes in this community, and I watched a lot of it in this room tonight. I believe one of the main reasons that most of you moved to this area is the fact that we're a rural community, a farming community. The farming community is a community that works together. No disrespect intended, excluding Sadie. From what I've seen in this room over the years, including tonight, I'm not sure most of you really know what that means or looks like. This community in general is no longer the community you found and came to. The amount of people that have moved here have changed that, unintentional as that may be. That being said, I would encourage you to pay attention to what the gentleman from Good Harbor had to say. He is absolutely correct. Over-regulating the winery and tasting room ordinance is the wrong direction to go. Let your special land use part of this work where it is needed. Concerning the 100-foot setback, Sadie's comments were right on the money. Farmers work with noisy equipment all over their property, including their property line, at all hours of the day and night. And they still get along with their neighbors. Farmers have no desire to make enemies out of their neighbors. And my second comment, I had to flip back here and find a piece of paper I had room on. Secondly, I would like to address this no people on Zoom I would like to address this. No people on Zoom can comment during the public comment portion. This is wrong. For example, you use the computer to conduct business tonight during your meeting, i.e. this communication with the planner. Okay, that's conducting business. That's permissible. Public comment is conducting business, isn't it? Isn't citizens' input to our community conducting business? Our community is comprised of many snowbirds or people with second homes here. Also, our community has many elderly people in it. We all just heard one of them tell us they don't drive after dark in the wintertime. And I'm getting to the point I know what he's talking about. Not letting these people participate in these meetings clearly says that you don't think their input is important. I strongly suggest you change this policy back to what it was. We used to be able to do that. This community fought very hard to be able to participate via Zoom. We'd like it back. I appreciate all that you do. I thank you for your time and your energy and your service. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. PC discussion and comments.
I have a question about, so I thought with these late meetings, what happened to our Giffords and Webster's was supposed to be, like, remember?
Like separate meetings?
Yeah. Why did we, I know we went back to it, to one meeting for one reason, and then all of a sudden just stayed all combined in one meeting.
I thought it was because they were, their section was gonna be shorter. I thought was the idea behind it, but it's not really happening.
We can go back to that if you.
I mean, it stinks because it's more, I mean, everybody's busy and 2 meetings a month is a lot, but at the same time, like, what's worse? Being here till this late and not being able to really fully concentrate and give the attention that really needs to be given to other things that we have to work on as well. And then I also feel like we're exhausted with that presentation too. Instead of being fresh on all topics and being here 2 days, I just feel like until we're through this, it might be better.
Well, being through it is probably another year or 2,
Right.
you know, I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know I don't know how everybody else feels about that. I mean, Lord knows I know it's like to be busy and another night away from my family is hard, but I don't know what's harder or what's more fair to the public coming and going through these meetings and then being exhausted where the things at the end of the agenda are not getting good attention either. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, how does everybody feel about having an additional meeting? I mean, so at this point, the next meeting with them is a public hearing, right? So that's
Well, they're gonna get another draft.
Yeah, one more draft.
right, but we're not meeting with them to go over that.
They'll just present it, I would think, but it would be quick. I don't.
It's tonight, but hopefully quicker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
should be. I guess there was new material introduced here, so we had to.
Okay, I was under the impression that he was just gonna send it to us, but you're thinking that he's actually gonna go through it with us.
I thought he would be.
All right, we'll have to get clarification on that. So if that's the case, if he's just going through this hopefully final version of bundle 1, are we okay with keeping it as part of the April meeting, or do you want to schedule a second meeting?
I think.
I think his review is gonna be pretty short on
Yeah,
this one.
okay. It's that we determine meeting by meeting, because like if we know that we're having a public hearings, to have public hearing.
Yeah.
you know,
Right
both
now,
public
there's
hearings and
nothing,
that,
right?
That's just.
Deb, in terms of public hearings, right now, there's nothing for April, but that could change.
I have nothing for April. They would have to be in my office like next week. And keep in mind, you got 15 days. They have to be able to notice things. And we do preliminary conferences. So I have nothing that's been a hot button. I mean, we had that short meeting, but I've not heard anything back from that individual to pursue anything further.
Okay,
So maybe start of the next bundle.
Okay. Yeah, and the beginning is always well, I mean, always, we've done it once, but it's been the longest part, right?
Finished presentation be for sure.
Mhm. Okay,
Is there anything else likely to be a long drawn out topic in April?
apparently not.
Okay.
Your
I don't know if any,
Short-term-
we don't have any hearings coming up.
Yeah, your short-term rental surveys.
I don't know.
Survey.
I don't know where because we can't make a decision on that until we have well, April, we're talking about possibly having a joint meeting.
We
Yeah.
won't have the ROWG
Right,
in April,
right,
so we won't have anything to present.
right. But, what do you think? Are we gonna end up with 2 meetings in April anyways, if we've got a joint
We
meeting?
might, I guess, again, I'm just going off of a comment that the supervisor made probably a month ago or maybe longer about the desirability of a joint meeting to get the planning commission and town board on the same page, so we don't spend a bunch of time working up survey options and so forth, and then not be in sync with what they're thinking, so.
Could we go ahead I'm sorry to interrupt. Could we look at our calendars and just choose a date for another meeting in April, another one in May, so we have it on our schedules? So
For the potential joint
for the
meeting?
potential of a meeting. I mean, for us, even just us. If we have a joint meeting, is it normally on the township board schedule? Randy? Would it be on the township board schedule? There are 2 dates or just
It would likely be
The
a separate
evening.
meeting.
So not Tuesday or Thursday?
It would likely be a meeting for that purpose. It wouldn't be connected to another regular township board
Okay.
schedule.
Okay.
I don't think. And again, there's been no conversation I know of.
Yeah.
Well, we can be proactive by coming up with a couple of dates in April that work for everybody and does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
presenting them to the board. Because it would be nice to move forward with that so that we can get the person working on the survey.
In addition to the survey, the capital improvements plan is still somewhat nebulous here, and I think we really need to get that nailed down. So
Okay,
there's-
and that would be nice to have before the May ROWG meeting. Okay, so are we're looking at an evening, I assume? Yeah, so our regular meeting is April 1st.
And then Easter's the 5th. So
Mhm.
people usually holiday around that.
When is spring break?
In March.
For the
Okay.
schools, the school system.
It's in March, so that's not an issue.
We've got the training on the 14th and the 28th.
Right.
The 16th,
And on the 21st as well, right? But the 21st is on Zoom for citizen planner.
Yeah, that's if you choose to do the Zoom or in person. I'm pretty sure. I think they're all in person.
Oh, that's okay. That's not how I read it. I read it that there were 4 sessions in person and 2 on Zoom.
Let's hope not, but okay.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, you guys figured that out. So, the week of the 13th, anybody have dates there that they could call out that they are available in the evening?
15th for me.
The 15th.
I know, but
Yeah.
yeah, maybe we've all done our taxes.
We have.
I'm available the 15th and 16th that week.
Okay. Either of those days works for me right now. The week of the 20th, would that be better for?
Doesn't.
Okay, yeah, and
Make sure your recording secretary
yeah,
can make
Kate's
the.
gotta be there.
Yeah, Kate.
Okay,
just
so the
tell us your
15th
schedule.
Or the
and we'll
clerk, or
work
the
around
clerk will
it.
do the minutes.
Yeah.
16th.
What about the 13th? Does that work for anybody?
Is that
It's a Monday.
Monday. that-
To the 16th, is that?
14, 16.
So 13th or 16th?
I'm just gonna put hold and on those dates until the board comes up, but we can give them dates that we can meet. And we might have to choose some the next week because
Right.
of their schedules.
You could always just invite them to your April Fool's Day party.
We don't want to ruin it. We, no,
13th or the 16th are possible dates.
13th or 16th. Those are the two we're going to work with. They wanted the next week.
Okay, and then sorry.
Do any day the week of the 20th.
The 21st doesn't work, right? Because we've got, or is that the date that
It's a questionable date.
that's the questionable one. I was trying to look it up, but
So we're going to choose a date the week of the 20th, April 20th. You have citizen planner on the 21st and the 23rd?
well, I think we do, but two of us don't think we do, so we're not sure.
we
Are
can
you looking
choose-
that up, Scott?
Yeah.
Thank you.
See.
Well, how about Wednesday, the 22nd, in case?
Mm-hmm. Does that work for you, Kay? Wednesday, the 22nd? Okay, how about the 23rd?
The 23rd is a township board meeting. At
Okay.
9 a.m. So
Oh, okay.
they want me twice in the same day.
And how about the 20th? So the 20th and the 22nd for,
Put holds on those two dates.
mm-hmm. And then how about the last week of April? What's that look like for you, Kay?
Any night that week is open.
Every day? Okay.
So again, on the week of April 20th, it was Monday, the 20th and
Wednesday, the
Wednesday, the
22nd.
22nd. Okay.
Okay, and then the week of the 27th, we have we have citizen planner on the 28th. So Tuesday doesn't work. Kay's available all week. So do we want to go with Monday and Wednesday again?
Get easy, just do Monday, Wednesday if everyone can do it.
Yeah, 27th and 29th.
13th, 16th, 20th, 22nd, 27th, 29th.
Yep.
Okay.
And just to clarify, there is 2 Zooms for that citizen planner on the
Yes.
April 21st is on Zoom and May 12th is Zoom. Every other night is in person in Alden.
Mhm. Okay.
Is that?
You need help with
Yes. I might not be able to connect.
Okay, so that, oh, are we good? Any other discussion points?
And do you want to pick a second date in May for 2 meetings for just this group in case we have something that we want to cover?
We can probably cover that at the next meeting.
Well, yeah,
What-
if you don't.
What are we talking about?
Determine if we're gonna start the next bundle and have an extra meeting. May.
So in May, we're going to do the public hearing for the first bundle. That's the plan, right?
May 6th meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
If we can wait, I just, if we're doing a hold on an additional meeting, we could just put it in there and if we don't need it, it's a quick delete. I think we have to wait and talk to them about when they're available in May and what bundle it's gonna be. We're gonna do a second one.
You're going to keep this a light meeting in May, right? So it's just the hearing primarily? Because there's going to be a lot of coverage, a lot of information to be
Mhm.
covered at that hearing.
Can we hold off?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just, as long as we are the planning commission, so I thought we'd just go for broke.
Yeah, I'm getting a little,
I'm getting tired. Yeah, I did have the 11 o'clock deadline.
yeah. So, okay, so that brings me to continuing education. Scott, Sadie and I are going to be doing the citizen planner in-person workshop. But don't forget that it's I think you're almost finished, right? Michael, do you know about it?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so there's online available. That's all I have for that. Are we ready to adjourn?
Yes.
All right. I make a motion that we adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
And third.
Yeah.
11:09.
Aye.
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 All right. Thank you, you guys.